organizers, inviting me to chair this remarkable occasion. As we convene today, drive and sustainability, we are reminded of the unique challenges and opportunities we face as a nation striving for progress. The role of women to ensure every voice is heard and every community is represented. In particular, I commend the NNIIF's focus on addressing challenges such as gender-based violence, insecurity, poor political representation, and economic disempowerment. These issues require urgent and coordinated action. And the NNI's advocacy serves as a blueprint for achieving equity and fairness across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, I am proud to report that the 10th National Assembly is committed to passing laws and driving policies that will create an enabling environment for inclusive leadership and sustainable development. For instance, we are actively working on legislations that promote gender equality and increases women's participation in governance. Thank you very much. This is in conjunction with our ongoing dialogues with stakeholders using the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as a vehicle. I pledge my continued support in championing these causes and ensuring that the ideas generated in conferences like this, one, translates into actionable policies. Finally, let me reiterate that the strength of Nigeria lies in its people, particularly the women, who have always played a critical role in shaping our socio-economic and cultural landscape. The NNI's vision of transformation through value reorientation and sustainability aligns perfectly with the nation's developmental aspirations. I encourage all of us to harness the energy of this gathering to build lasting partnership, initiate meaningful conversation, and inspire actionable solutions. Together, let us redefine leadership. Let us restore our values. Let us drive sustainable growth for Nigeria. I sincerely want to thank you for listening. May this conference be a catalyst for a lasting change that all of us are looking forward to. Congratulations. Thank you very much, and I hereby declare this engagement open as a chairman of this conference. While I step aside to do the national assignment at the National Assembly, I'll be handing over to my big brother, the most distinguished Senator Nkata Abaribe, to step into my shoes as the chairman of this conference. Thank you, and God bless you.
DJ, thank you. Can you bring it down a bit? Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. This part of the program. All right. Sorry for that. We're back to business. This part of the conversation or part of the program was skipped just so we could have the distinguished Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives get to talk to us. But now we would have a welcome address, brief, and we'll be inviting Ambassador Nonye Rajes Opara. She's a chairperson, Conference Organizing Committee.
Good morning. Good morning, and welcome to Abuja for those of you who flew from out of the States. On behalf of the founder and the President General, the Board of Trustees, the Advisory Council, members of Nkata Inyom Foundation, my job is simple this morning. It's simply to welcome you to this auspicious occasion. We're going to be taking the proper protocol, so please, I am not here to take the protocol. So as soon as I finish, the MC will be taking the protocol, but on behalf of the organization, I just want to say you're welcome. Please relax, don't be in a hurry. We're discussing issues of personal and national interest, so it's our pleasure to have all of you. Meanwhile, at the moment here we have the Deputy Speaker has just left, so I'm going to recognize him in absentia. We have the distinguished Senator, our very dear Senator Nkata Abaribe, former Deputy Governor of Abia State. You're welcome, sir. The Igbo in Abuja will welcome you. Distinguished Senator, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Dino Menaye, it's an honor to have you. You're welcome. The former ministers here present, we have represented here about 4 former ministers of Women Affairs, and we have the minister, also former Minister of Information, former Minister of Defense. We're going to be Labaran Maku and former Deputy Governor of Nasarawa. You're welcome, sir. We have here former Minister Chidoka, Chief Chidoka, you're welcome. We have our own dear, my own mother, former First Lady of Imo State, Mrs. Rochas, Okorocha, PhD. We have also the representative of Anambra State Governor, Mrs. Nkoli Anyoko. Madam, you're welcome. Thank you for coming. Please pardon me on the protocol. We're going to take the proper protocol in a few minutes. Mine is simply to say that we're very delighted and we're very honored to have you this morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're welcome. We welcome you all to this year's Nkata Inyom Igbo Conference 2024 conference. We're happy to have you here in Abuja, the national capital. We feel very honored that you have come to honor us. This year's theme of our conference is driving transformation through value orientation, inclusive leadership, and sustainability. Unbundling this theme is a collective job. Sorry, I'm going to have my glasses. It's a collective job because no one group or religion can exist sustainably without adherence to certain core values. So we must take value reorientation seriously if we want to form the transformation. Transformation of NU cannot happen only through partisan politics alone. There are more that needs to be done. We must prepare to think deeper and act more diligently. Inviting each and every one of you here, therefore, was a deliberate action, giving your personal, your traditional, religious, political, and other professional antecedents. Your voice matters. And because we believe in Nkata, which means conversation, we must all add our voices to the conversation. As the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1. And if I may add, multiple heads are better than 2. We have come here as a people to embrace our diverse qualities and dig into our value that made life more meaningful in the past. All is not lost. We are very hopeful that the best is yet to come, and our collective voices make all the difference. I want to thank you. I'm going to cut it short because time is well spent. Please, I want you to relax. While I was speaking, my own father walked in, and I'm not going to leave the mic without recognizing him. We have just walked in here, the former governor of Imo State, the people's governor, the senator representing Olu Senatorial Zone, Owelle, Anayo, Rochas, Okorocha, OON. Your Excellency, we're very honored to have you. Please have your seat, sir. Thank you very much, and God bless you. We will start the conversation right away.
All right, thank you very much for that welcome address. And Initially, I wasn't supposed to run the comparing of this event alone. I do have a legend from the world of broadcasting, someone I looked up to many years ago, still look up to her, and I will be introducing her. She's been here since morning, but for some communication issues, she's just stepping in, and she will be co-hosting with me. And it's my pleasure to welcome Chief Moji Makunjola, MFR. A round of applause for this legend.
No, Kaikime. Igbo Kwenu. Igbo Kwenu. Igbo Kwenu. I can see our royal father at the aisle. We'll just wait for him to be properly seated. Your Excellencies all, very distinguished senators here present, members of the House of Representatives, I consider this a reunion. My lost brother, I finally found him. And Senator Dino, thank God I found you again. A lot of recognitions have been made. I would just say for me, this annual conference of Nkata Inyom Igbo is very, very unique. It is a great privilege to welcome all to the annual conference of Nkata Inyom Igbo. This year's theme, like we all know, is driving transformation through value reorientation, inclusive leadership, and sustainability. It captures the essence of our shared commitment to building a future rooted in strong values, inclusive governance, and long-term growth. This gathering represents a vital opportunity for us to reflect on our roles as agents of change, and I dare say positive change, and to craft solutions that addresses the challenges before us. The Foundation's motto, Partnering for Development, underscores the necessity of collaboration. True progress is built on partnership between genders, generations, and communities. This conference is not only a platform for dialogue, but also a call to action, and it challenges us to reorientate our values, strengthening our resolve, and champion sustainability in all that we do. Settle down, Your Excellencies all, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let us remember the transformative power of collective effort and the importance of leaving a legacy of progress for future generations. Together, as partners in development, we have the ability to drive meaningful change. Let us embrace this moment to inspire, collaborate, and build a brighter future. Thank you for being here and for your unwavering commitment to the cause. Once again, I want to welcome all of us to Nkata Inyom Igbo Annual Conference. They still call me Mojima Kojola, so that's my name. When Iyom called me at 11:30 p.m. some 5 weeks ago, she ordered that I should leave everything I'm doing and be part of this. One, because she believes in what I do. Two, because this is a movement by women. When the Nigerian women moved, we got Women for Change. We got 35% affirmative action. And this is what I have used to my pen. And this is what I have used to my pen, my camera, all the years of my life, bringing together that all we have is each other. Without each other, we cannot go far. I have so many people that I want to speak to who have, in their own way, have been architects of my life. But I cannot go any further without recognizing my boss, my brother, for always, Peter Igo. I cannot move any further because I find myself that I am from Ebonyi State. And people will ask, how come? I say, when you know I am pious, I am, and they are writing the history of his life, and there's no Moji in it, then the story is incomplete. Welcome with me, my brother, and a trusted friend. Welcome, sir. I know that I schooled in Kano. I grew up in Kano. And we have a saying in Kano, whatever you do, we do it better and bigger. It is on this premise, I'd like to recognize His Highness, Khalifa Muhammad Sanusi II, PhD London, Sarkin Kano, who is here not just to represent himself, but to say to us that we have a country and we all have it together. In those days of ensuring that our children are immunized with polio vaccines, we crossed this country together. We had a lot of nights that we had to speak to how best we can reach every child. Before then, he has left me in the lodge. He became senator, he became governor, but he has remained constant, building children. Welcome with me, former governor of Igbo State, my brother Rochas, Okorocha. We call her Mama Labor because for her, equity is the watchword. I'd like also to bring to your attention the woman who is the mother of the day and have earned that, Dame Timi Agary. Ma'am, thank you. Thank you for all that you do to keep the South peaceful. I can see my mothers in the house and my sister, former ministers of women affairs. Inna Barka. My mother, that you all know. Mama, can you remember those trips that we made to America, wanting peace and ensuring that Nigeria sits among Committee of Nations? Thank you, Mama Maina. My sister, former Minister of Women Affairs and still not resting, Salamatu, I welcome you here. Thank you. The one who is representing the National Council of Women Societies, the umbrella organizations for women, my sister Geraldine, you're welcome. Behind you, sir, we talk about you. So I can as well make it public. Senator Abaribe, I respect you. I celebrate you. Thanks for all that you do quietly, not minding and not caring but making sure that some measure of equality is assured. Thank you, sir. I will not be doing my mother any justice in her grave, because I am what I am today because of what she did. She believed in me. Some people thought I should have gone into law, I would have been son now, but she believed that because of the fact that I could write and read well, I would do well with journalism. So it is in her memory that I want to, he doesn't need any introduction, but he's my younger brother, and he has proven himself. His brand is his brand. Senator Dino Melai. Let me now travel back to the east, and I have a brother for life and a friend in the next person I want to introduce. I don't know how he does it. He's forever writing, he's forever speaking. I had him that I said I must look for him today because I have some new news about him, and I wanted him to say to me, well, at least to let me know where he is. So, welcome with me, my own brother from the Southeast, former Minister Chidoka. You're welcome. Some names I don't have here. Yeah, but when I get the names, I will introduce them. The former Minister of Information I hear is here. Yes? Okay. I should have noticed the cap. My brother, you're welcome, Honorable Minister. Always Minister for life. Thank you. Okay. I would also, before I go, she only turned a year younger on Sunday. Her Excellency, my own very sister, armed to help. That's what I call you, armed to help. Thank you. Her Excellency, Mrs. Okorocha. Then I saw another ageless walked in. Celebrate with me a woman who believes that Nigeria is a place where you can make it, and it doesn't matter which state you choose to marry. Senator Grace Spent, you're welcome. So the introductions will continue, but we must not lose sight of why you are here today. And I say to you that when Nigerian women are serious, we will change things around. We did it with Women for Change when our mother Inyom had a dream that she saw Nigerian women with Nigerian flag, pledging peace, pledging development, pledging that women in Nigeria must be part, they must sit on the decision table. And she has done this over the years. I think before we start any more introductions, please can we all, I would ask that we rise and give this woman of purpose, this woman of strength, this woman of valor, Inyom Josephine Anene, that has given us a place. Can we please rise and recognize her? Thank you so very much. Please be seated. I know that some people have missed. Yes. Please, can I get the names quickly? Okay. I'd like quickly to also recognize Ms. Nkata Inyom Igbo, our head of Mission, Anambra Liaison Office, Senator Dr. Eze Ajoku, OFR, Present Coalition, I think she wants to say President Coalition of Societies for the Rights of Older Persons in Nigeria. Does that include me? All right. So we're moving on, and I want to thank you most sincerely for being part of this. Okay. At this moment, a man that I know that God is using and will continue to use, who would now speak to us, distinguished Senator Abaribe, who is going to be talking to us on charting a path to growth hinged on positive Igbo values. Just before he comes to the microphone, as we welcome him very warmly, I'd like to recognize Dr. S.N. Okeke, Chairman, Igbo Elders Consultative Forum. I've been accused that I did not recognize my brother. Is that true? Senator, SP at 37. Pious, I am. Yes, it cannot go. I'm from Abia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Moji.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you very much, Moji. And let me stand on all the elaborately established protocol which you did. I'm very glad to be here for Nkata Inyom. And you have given me a task. And let me first plead alocutus this morning that everything I say, just blame it on me. Don't blame it on any other Igbo person. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to say things that are going to be very uncomfortable for us, Ndi Igbo. And I will wish that you all please bear with me, because sometimes Ndi Igbo si na aga ekwu eziokwu ga-egwu onye eze na ga ekpuru nkata n'ishi gwa ya okwu. But ọ bụrụ nkata ka mkpugbu a nkata ndị inyom ka nkata ka anyị bịara. Udo dịrị unu. Some time ago, short while ago, because we go into the social media and we get people say things, I read a very short piece by someone whose name on social media and the group, he called himself John Doe. Of course, John Doe means a nobody. But he said this. He said, most of the Yahoo boys are encouraged, protected, and supported by their mothers. I do not know whether this is true, but that brings us to what we want to talk about here, about Igbo values. As mothers, if you stay and you know that your son or your daughter comes home with things that they do not work for or deserve, and you encourage it, and you go to church, and you go ahead and pay tithe on that illegal money, then what you're doing is that you're desecrating the land. And so this morning, we want to look at things, what we were known for, our values. What are these values? Number one, we are known for industry. Ebambo. Onyeji Marandi Igbo. Number two, we're known for hard work. Ọrụ aka. Sometimes I na boy ọrụ ike. Kama. Today, we are no longer known because our desire to be better than others has now made it impossible for our youth to follow that path of Onwike. Thirdly, we as Igbo, we are known for community and family. Umunna, no munne. That is what we're known for. All the development that happened in Ala-Igbo, when we had that spot of growth between the 1940s and the 1960s, that made the Eastern region the leading economic powerhouse in the world at that time, was from community effort. Umunna. We built schools, we did everything for ourselves. Today, we're finding it that this sense of family and community no longer exists, because this sense of family means that you cannot hurt your brother. That is why in the Igbo Neja say, Onyagala wanne, do not leave your own. Ndị Igbo were also known as part of our values for respect. Nsopuru. We used to respect people. But like our brother here, Osita Chidoka, pointed out in one of his papers, which I give you credit for, he pointed out to us that today in Ala-Igbo, people indulge in three things. One is Mmebu, because they have the political power or they have the will over you, they oppress you. The other one is Mbare, because they see that they can get away with anything, they insult you and do anything to you. That is what we see in Ala-Igbo. And of course, the third one is Nkare. That is, at every point, they want to show you that they are much bigger. And when people have political power, they use that the most. That is why, when people have political power in Ala-Igbo, instead of doing the road for the community, they will not do it because their enemy is there, or the person who went, or who challenged them in the political contest. So these three things, Mmebu, Mbare, and Nkare, are the things that we see in Ala-Igbo today that is giving us a big, big problem. Another value that Ndi Igbo used to have was amamihe, education and knowledge. Education and knowledge was the fundamental underpinning of the Igbo person. And every one of us strived. That is why, even though the Yoruba got education before us and met the people from the British and all that, we, as Ndi Igbo, overtook the whole of Nigeria between 1950 and 1960 because everybody strived for education. Zeke pioneered this. He paid for people to be taken abroad to go to school and come back and develop their place. Today, we find that only women want to go to school. Our young men and our youth are more interested in something called a gombute. They want to get rich quick. And that has laid a very, very bad foundation in Igbo land. Lastly, Ndi Igbo were known as very hospitable and generous. How more onyinye. We used to take care of our people. And that is why our ethos has always been Onyagala Wanea. And the fundamental underpinning of every Igbo person is Ebwebere, Ugobere. And so this hospitality was what made us. If you come to the house of Onyibo, he will first bring out Nzu, chalk, to put on your hand, and then bring Oji, which is the kola nut that we use to welcome you. So if you go to an Igbo person's house and there's no kola nut, know that you're not welcomed. If he doesn't have, he will plead and make it up with something else. So having known all this that are our values, where are we today? We have a conflict between the traditional Igbo values and this new phenomenon called Egombute. All our youth only want to be rich. And they look at you and they no longer want to follow the path. That path that takes you to go through hard work and striving and education. And you're putting in your intellect to get to where they want to go. What everybody wants to do is to take a shortcut and look for native doctors to give you the things that are going to make you rich. That's why I said I'm going to make some uncomfortable things for us as Igbo today. So please forgive me. I have said that today we have a prioritization of wealth over community. This means that the age-old values of community first, before self, has now been eroded. The other one is valuing material possession over education and knowledge. And so you see a very young person, not educated, yet he wants to ride the biggest car and go around and have a lot of people following him behind. And you want to wonder, where do you want to end up? And of course, we find that every time they all end up either in prison or they are killed looking for a shortcut to wealth. This has also affected our Igbo boy system. The Igbo boy system, which everyone knows, has been the biggest incubator of entrepreneurship in the world and was even studied by Harvard to say, how do you create so many very wealthy people using this Igbo boy system? Today, not many of our youths now want to bala boy. What they want to do is to do a shortcut. They stay with their master. In a short while, they steal their master's money and run away. They don't want to wait so that they will end the course and be given their payoff, which will set them up. Because for us, the Igbo boy system, none of the people who are invested in it or who do it are afraid of creating another millionaire. They're already millionaire. They want to create more. And they don't mind if you are the person. But today, we now have the twin evil. First of the young men no longer being faithful to their masters and all that. And also for some masters who, when the time comes for them to settle their progeny, look for means and avenues of not to do what is already contracted. Thirdly, we now emphasize individual success over collective progress. Prior to this time, at the time we all were going up, we all knew Of course, that there were some leading lights, but everybody was happy. Let the whole Igbo be moving. Right now, all we have are everybody will want to stand on his own. And so when we stay in silos in this way, trying to be individualistic, brilliant, we find that we fail collectively. So when we come together politically, we find it difficult because everybody will say, if not me, I shouldn't be another person. And so today, we have, encompassing all this, the rather very sad part for Ndi Igbo, where we seek external validation rather than self-contentment. And so our people, instead of waiting and making sure that we are doing things for Ala-Igbo and doing things for ourselves, we want to go and look for somebody from outside to come and tell us who is our leader, who will come and point out to us who are going to make governor, who is going to point out to us who are going to make senator, and so forth. And that is not good for Ala-Igbo. So this impacts on our social values, making us move from the traditional Igbo mindset, from the collective to be individualistic, makes us be more focused on wealth and all the things that are free praise in life, and decrease our emphasis on our traditional values. And so with these few words, I want to suggest a few things for us. And let me also say that this paper that I'm abridging, Nkata Inyom already have it, and so if you want it, they will send it to you. We have to reconcile our values so that we can sustain the development of Ala-Igbo. First, we must have to balance individual success with community well-being. In other words, we must at all times make sure that the community, the Igbo community, our traditional communities will be far more important than each and every one of us. Second, we must go back to the old values of education. We got to where we were, where we now had the first vice chancellor, and in Joko, where we now had all the great people in the past that were making waves in Nigeria through education. Today, we find that nobody emphasizes it that much, and we must go back. And in doing this education, skill acquisition, which we used to have, because I come from Aba, and as much as people were saying Aba made, I can tell you for a fact that at a particular time, all the components that were used in the oil industry in Port Harcourt were fabricated in Aba. Because when they look for the parts, and the parts are not coming on time, they just come to Aba and they fabricate it for them, and then they take it back and it works. We must go back to all those. And we must also remember that we must be humble. Our traditional values have degenerated to such an extent that all that we want to know is big titles on 180 Rora. Agadeja Abachi Uzo. You know, things that only mean vanity and not for community. We must go back to have respect for our leadership, to have respect for our elders, and also to continue to do the right thing for all our people. Finally, we must go back to promote responsible consumption. I was very happy at the point at which it seemed that the EFCC had helped everybody to curb this aspect of unnecessary show of wealth by spraying all manners of currencies at weddings, at functions and all that, because it now became a big problem for people. And so, people like us, when we attend functions, everybody will be looking up for you to come with bundles, to come and be doing all that. We must go back to responsible consumption. Ndị Igbo si na ka erie dachi ụzọ adịghị mma n'ahụ. To eat and fall on the wayside should not be our way of life. So ndị nkata ndị inyom. Ọ bụrụ nkata ndị inyom. I want to thank you. This has been a very long talk. But I will go back to one example of humility that was also pointed out by our brother Osita Chidoka. And he referred in his paper, that paper leading by example, I think he will remember it now. And he said that the former FCT minister, Mama Nkata, was sent to Zaria to become, I think, an administrator. He was sole administrator. This one that they are fighting for now to be vice chancellors, and people are even forging credentials to go there. At the point that he was there, he stuck to all the policies that were supposed to be there, that at the end, he never needed police escort. He never needed army escort. That whenever he comes to the campus, he will walk around alone, and the students will be very jubilant and also praising and walking around with him. We want to ask ourselves, how many of our people today can walk around in their places without having a battalion of soldiers around them? They won't.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, I'll be joined by another host here, the host of Good Morning Nigeria on the NTA, Claire Adelabu Abdurazak. She'll be joining me here, co-hosting this. Good to see you, Claire.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished senators present, honorable ministers, let me quickly stand on established protocol. My name is Claire Adelabu Abdurazak, but permit me to greet my former governor. If I don't do that, probably they will request for my bride price back from Ilorin. So I'd like to say a very special song for my former governor. Ndi mo wemle, ndi mo wemle, ndi mo wemle, imom jemono, agamazandi monono, chaye kwela. That's the part I can do. Your Excellency, I thank you.
All right, I would also want to recognize Her Excellency, Mrs. Almakura. She's in here. Welcome, ma'am. We also want to recognize Dr. Rosemond Uche, Senior Legislative Aide to Senator Dr. Ojuzo Kalu here. Welcome, ma'am. We've got Professor Charles Nwekaha. The way it was written, I hope I did not murder the name. Professor Charles Nwekaha is the Secretary General, Igbo Elders Consultative Forum. Welcome, sir. We also have in our presence Chief Dr. Simon Okeke Ochendo, leader of Ohaneze in 19 northern states. A round of applause. Former Police Service Commission, that's also here. We will also have Senator Biodun Olujimi. Welcome, 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 welcome. We also have a representative of Chief Edwin Clark here. Chief Sir Ominimini is the national spokesperson of PANDEF. Welcome, sir. We also have Senator Dr. Eze Ajoku, Barrister Edith Mike, too. Welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Because we started late, we will be moving to the very next part of this conversation this afternoon. And we'll be welcoming His Royal Highness, Khalifa Mohammed Sanusi II, CON, PhD, Sarkin Kano. Sarkin Kano, forgive me.
Please, let's put our hands together for the Sarkin Kano to come here, not minding that this is an Igbo Nkata Inyom. Please, let's appreciate His Royal Highness for making it here. Make some noise, women.
Your Excellencies, I can see from our governors, senators, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must say I'm very, very pleased to be in the midst of so many women. In my days in the central bank, the female bankers decided to make me an honorary woman. And this was after we declared 2012 the year of the woman in banking and pushed through policies for compelling banks to make sure at least 50% of new recruits were female, to make at least 40% of senior management female, and to make at least 30% of the board female. We started this in 2012, and I think the result is that by last year, we now had at least 9 female bank CEOs in this country. And the banking industry has the highest number of female directors on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. I say this because the woman holds the key to development. And as a UN Secretary General advocate for SDGs, I've always said that if we're looking for a single silver bullet that goes through most, not all, most of the problems that we are facing in development, it is to educate the girl child. And you can think of all the issues, starting from lack of antenatal care, malnutrition, lack of immunization, out of school children, child marriage. All of those issues are addressed simply by providing the infrastructure and the support for the girl child to be educated up to the age of 18 to 20. Once you have that, it has such a wide intergenerational impact that the numbers that we're worried about, infant mortality, maternal mortality, out-of-school children, drug addiction, even poverty, all of those numbers simply crash. Because all we keep doing in this country with these statistics, and I was in the central bank and I saw these statistics, all we do these statistics is that we are being fed with numbers after the fact. Every day. Today I was reading numbers of malnutrition in Kano. Kano State now accounts for more than 10% of the malnutrition burden in the country. And every year you tell me these are this number of stunted children, this is the number of wasted children. The question is, we wait for the children to be stunted and wasted, then we count them. Where are we when the woman got pregnant? When she needed support for nutrition? Where were we when that baby was born, when he needed nutrition? The baby meets the government at the age of 6 when he enters primary school, by which time it is too late. So until we begin to look at the woman as the center point for development and build our policies around women, we will never address these issues. Babies are born in villages, in towns, in wards. You need to know when a woman gets pregnant. You need to know that this woman is pregnant and what does she need and what does the baby need in those 9 months, and provide for that. You need to know when she's breastfeeding and be with her. If you can do that, and if you educate her enough to know what to do, you address these issues. So for me, I always say a country that does not recognize the pivotal role and the importance and the centrality of its women will never develop. So this is the first point I'd like to make. The second point is, and this follows up on Senator Abaribe. Yeah, another thing about women is they also like talking to each other. Which is a good thing. We should communicate. Another thing with the Senator is, I follow up on Senator Abaribe's comment. You know, when we talk about values, often, I don't know what it is in this country, we tend to forget a certain basic distinction. A distinction between who you are and what you are. And it's a very important distinction. If you're a senator or an emir or a governor or a rich man, it is what you are. It is not who you are. It is not who you are. If you own a house or a big car or an aeroplane, it is all what you are. You are the man who owns that house. There are things outside of you. You can have 2 senators. One is an honest, good, kind, and generous man. The other one is a thief. They are both senators. Who you are is you are a good man or you are a thief. You are honest or you are dishonest. You are kind or you are cruel. You are trustworthy or you are a traitor. You are sincere or you are a liar. That is who you are. And that is the most important thing. Whether you own a big house or a plane or do not, you can have a poor man who is a thief, and you can be a rich man and you are still a thief. Now this is why we have to talk about values. This is why we have to go back to knowing what is it, and that's why they're called values. What is it that we lay importance to? What is the most important thing to us? People are given opportunities in public service. They have an opportunity to transform the lives of people for the better. God gave them that opportunity. And as we always say, for those of us who are privileged, there is nothing that tells you that God loves you better than the other person he did not give that privilege. It is a test. God makes you a governor or an emir or a president or a senator, and he does not make hundreds of thousands or millions, including people in your family who have not gone anywhere. He's testing you to see what would you do with that position to help those that he did not give. And it's a great opportunity to write your name in gold. But people don't want to. You hold an office for 4 years, for 8 years. All you can say is that I was a minister for so many years. I was a senator for these years. I was a president for so many years. Yeah, so you were president, so what? Yeah? What did you do with the 8 years? What do you want to be remembered for? Is it the houses that you will die and leave that your children will be fighting over? Is it the money that you have hid in Swiss accounts that will never even come to your family? And you will not take with to your grave? And sometimes the family gets it, and we have seen them, the children become drug addicts. They become what we call money misroad. Spend it on parties, and after 3-4 years, the money is gone. Is that the name that we want to leave? So until we begin to have this conversation, and it's not an ethnic or religious conversation. I keep saying that, you see, the reason this country has all these problems is because we are focused on what we are. Even ethnicity is what you are. Did any of us choose to be born as Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa or Fulani? You were just born. What did you do? What was your contribution to your being Igbo or being Fulani? Did any of us choose to be born into the families we were born into? How much did you give God to bring you into that family? That's all what you are. But we like focusing on that. He's Hausa, he's Igbo, he's Yoruba. You can be Hausa or Igbo or Yoruba. If you're a thief, you're a thief. You're just a Yoruba thief, an Igbo thief, a Hausa thief. You know, so that basic distinction, once we know the difference between who you are and what you are, you solve these problems. If I see a man, is he a good man or a bad man? First, if he's a bad man, he's not in my group. Now, whether he's Hausa or Fulani or Muslim, or you can be a good Muslim or a bad Muslim, a good Christian or a bad Christian. And in this country, you have good people in every ethnic tribe, ethnic group, in every religious group, even those who don't belong to a religion. And you have bad people. For this country to move forward, we have to start talking about values. And I'm sorry, this is a room full of politicians. Today, you're in PDP. Tomorrow, you're in APC. The next day, you're in APGA. The next day, you're in this. Why? Because the focus is on what we are. One day, many years ago, a politician friend of mine moved from one party to another to contest for House of Reps. And I said, my brother, you were in opposition to this party, abusing them all these years. He said, Your Highness, I want to go to Abuja. If I go to the airport, and I don't find earpiece, I take Asman. The party is just a vehicle to get to Abuja. It's not about what the party stands for. And that's why we're having a difficult conversation today. Anybody that is in one party attacking another, 90% of them, you find that some years ago they were in the other party. So we don't even know what the parties stand for. You don't know. There is no party that will say this is a progressive party, this one that's committed to the masses, because it's the same people, left, right. We have come to a point where we have mistrusted leadership. I am afraid of talking to politicians. Yes, Senator Abaribe will come to me today and I'll be discussing attacking opposition party. We'll be working together saying we have to work. The next day I will see him on the platform holding the hand of the party, and he has now crossed over and he would have left me. And the first thing he will do is sit down with them and say, that Emir, if you see what he was saying about you. And I get into trouble because I thought I was talking to somebody who was committed to, this is what we have become. And I think this is what Senator Abaribe is saying about, is saying. And this is, I think, why this conversation you have is essential. It is a conversation at the most basic level. And it is important to have it because as we go through difficult economic situations, as we go through insecurity, as we go through uncertainty, the tendency to abandon who we are increases. People feel they have to steal to pay school fees. They have to be dishonest in order to eat food. Women have to be prostitutes in order to live. We have to get to a point where we remind people of what is important in life. And also for those who are elite, go back to the basic principle of understanding the meaning of enough. How much do you need in your life? You have a roof over your head. You are eating 3 square meals a day. You are in good health. You are paying your children's school fees. Why do you need a plane? Why do you need 10 houses? Why do you need a yacht? Why do you need billions in a bank account? Why? You're just watching the money. You know that if you have 100 billion sitting in a bank account, you are a poor man. You are just a megad. You are not eating it. You are not using it. You are not living in it. Why? What do you want it for? And that is 100 billion that could have built schools, could have built hospitals, could have provided health care, could have saved lives. So for those of us, and I'm not just about politicians, all of us, politicians, traditional rulers, until we go back to knowing the importance of who we are, the rest of the country will never go anywhere. Until we know that the most important thing is not how much you have or how many houses you left, but how you were able to impact human life positively. Okay. And this begins, coming full circle as I close, it begins and then it ends with what? The woman. It is the mother. In my religion, someone asked the prophet, who do I honor most after God? He said, your mother. He said, how about after her? He said, your mother. He said, after her, he said, your mother. Then he said, after her, after he mentioned mother 3 times, he said, then your father. It's true. Our fathers go to the office and work and they pay school fees and they buy the food. They make sure we do not lack. What are they providing for? They're providing for what we are. It is the mother that teaches you not to lie, not to beg, not to steal. It is the mother that makes us who we are. So I do hope that what you have in this conference, and we should understand, yes, it's an Igbo women's conference, it's an Igbo, but a woman is a woman. A good woman is a good woman. A good mother is a good mother, a bad one is a bad one. I do hope that at the end of this conference, we'll be able to have something that would make an impact on how we think. And finally, I have the permission of all my wives to tell all of you that I love you.
Thank you.
What can we say? Thank you so much. Sarkin Kano, Allah ya ja zamaninka. Ubangiji Allah ya taya ka rike. We are moving on. I wasn't expecting anything less. He has spoken to value, trust, contentment, leadership, legacy, and understanding who we are. We thank you very much. We are moving on quickly. A couple of recognitions. Senator Ben Obi, CON, sir, you're welcome. Architect Eric Oyekwena, the Onowu of Okwozo, representing His Royal Highness Igwe. We also have here with us Professor Charles Anikweze. Can you read the rest for me, please?
Professor Charles Anikweze, the NNIIF, the third of Okozo in Oyi local government area of Anambra State.
Well, I think our Father of the Day deserves another loud round of applause. We are women, we believe in equality, we believe in sharing the space. 50-50, I hope, for Nigeria at some point. At this time, our Mother of the Day, former permanent secretaries, haven't served this country conscientiously. Dame Timi Agary, PhD, OON, Mama Labor. I want the applause to be loud. We've heard from our father. Let's hear from our mother. Mama, before you come, you have your daughter here. NOB is here. Princess Juma is here. You want to come and, Felicia also is here. You want to come and join Mama? Let's show. Yes, so this is our mother.
If you want to carry me and do what you want, then hurry, hurry, come carry your baby, go. Come and see my mother, my mother. You must see my mother, my mother. Come and see my mother, my mother. You must see my mother, my mother. Come and carry on your mask, come and carry if you want. Come and carry, come and carry. If you want, come and carry on your max. Come and carry. If you want, come and carry, come and carry. If you want my body, then come see my mommy. I know like your money, but I know you want my body. My body.
Njem ekele m unu. Ọ ga-adịchara anyị ncha mma. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, former President of the Senate and SGF, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I recognize my former bosses, ministers of women affairs, and of course, you must be wondering what this Ijo woman is doing here. I am Ijo. I have. Yeah. Yeah. But well, we are here to support Nkata Inyom Igbo, and there is a reason. Senator Abaribe talked about, listed the values that we have lost and we continue to lose. And His Royal Highness, Majesty, talked about who we are and what we are. I think that women in this country, we know who we are. We know who we are and what we can do if the opportunity is given to us. The only thing I want to talk about, I'm not going to go into the value reorientation. The values have been destroyed in this country. It's not only in Ala-Igbo, it's everywhere. But I believe, having been involved in some programs, that without peace, there's very little we can do. And particularly, those of us from the Niger Delta, we experienced insecurity. And the present state of insecurity in the Southeast is very troubling to, I'm sure, Nkata Inyom. And I know women can do something about it. It's not enough to be talking about UN Resolution 1325. We must begin to take concrete steps to intervene. Well, for me, I think the first thing, with no apologies, I think they need to release Nnamdi Kanu. Because I am not a politician, no. I am just talking from practical experience of what happened in the Niger Delta. I was involved in the amnesty program. I know all the militants personally. I think that is going to go a long way in beginning to heal not only the Southeast, but Nigeria. Because, like the Labour people say, injury to one is injury to all. We cannot, I hope I'm not stepping beyond my back, but we really must seriously prevail on government. And that's why I think that the women, like the Manu River women did in 2000, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinean women, we hosted them here in Abuja. I did as DG of the National Center for Women. And they formed an association and bulldozed their way to the peace conference that ended up, that was in Accra, that got peace for Liberia, Sierra Leone. For me today is the start for us to begin to engage one another. Southeast, Northeast, Northwest, North Central. We cannot, of course, South. We cannot stay quiet. Our children are dying. It's meaningless. Maybe if we can get peace, we can begin to talk. Let me tell you something. Women, they are the biggest victims of conflicts. But they are participants they are beneficiaries, they are enablers. I'm not talking about what I read, I'm talking about experience. Right from the Niger Delta, the post-election violence in the north I was part of, women are engaged. They benefit. They know what their children and husbands are doing. They do. They carry arms. The children bring things, they share. So we must, women, we must begin this process. We cannot just be talking about UN Resolution 1325. No, we must now take concrete steps. So Inyom, thank you for inviting me. I have here the South women. We are ready. We will engage. We have the Southeast men, leadership. Please help us. Help your women. We will support them. We will reach out to them. These young boys don't want to die. Quite often there are people sponsoring them. And when you talk to them and tell them you need to leave to benefit from what you are fighting for, they listen. They listen to women. So please help us. And I want to congratulate Inyom that I in Chabu Ofu. Peace is fundamental to development. There is nothing else that can move us forward in South-South, Southeast, Northeast, Northwest, in Nigeria generally, without peace. And this must be apolitical. His Royal Highness talked about politics. Let's not even insert politics in what we are about to engage in. Just do it. Organize, reach out. I'm sure some of you know some of the bad boys in your communities. I do. I go to Odi. I'm from Odi. And it is the women of Odi that finally checked and got the young man who actually got the destruction of Odi killed. Because they had enough. They stood up, protested, and they got him arrested. So we cannot sit. Yeah, values, all our values, everywhere. But peace is fundamental. And I hope that my former bosses, Haja Zainab, Haja Ina, Salamatu, I hope that you all would join this movement. It is not a one ethnic, one religion, one zone thing. It's a national emergency that we must all now stand and mobilize and confront. But basically, release Kano. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us appreciate the mother of the day. She's called out for peace. Thank you. I've just been informed that my sister is here, Her Excellency Hajia Al-Makura. Barka da zuwa. Thank you. I was also told that Senator Lujimi never. I don't know the secret of this aging younger. You have to share it with all of us. Let's welcome these wonderful women here today. We're moving straight to goodwill. Before goodwill message. My brother has to leave us very, 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 very quickly. So he has told me that he's going to speak for only 1 minute, 30 seconds. Welcome with me the 37-year-old who today is 60 plus and is still keeping young, the ever younger and youngest Senate President, my brother, distinguished Senator Pius Ayim.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, my leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I will start by saying that for me, the uniqueness of this event is something that we need to encourage young, to add more momentum. And that will require a partnership with your main counterpart. But I think that's the structure you have tried to create today. Maybe formalize it so that you have more muscle to drive this conversation. I have only two things to say. One, my father told me that whenever a man tells you that he wants to sleep over a matter, just know that he wants to consult his wife. Again, he told me that when you look at Igbo proverbs, many of them are credited to tortoise, that's Mbe. That the real Mbe are the women in the house. For me, these two lessons from my father speaks to the role of women in the house and in the society. It is therefore my advice to say that Nkata Inyom must strive to discover the role of women as Mbe in society. The second thing I want to say is that I have one Igbo, whether it's a value or a proverb, and he says, any society that does not promote justice and fairness will neither have peace nor progress. And what this means is that there must be a moral core of every society from which values derive. And I think the problem with us today, both in our families, in our nation, in our tribes, is that that moral core had been broken. And so the values cannot stand. Whether we like it or not, the problem of Nigeria today is the fact that except we return to what is fair to all, to what is just to all, there is no amount of value that will stand. And there is no amount of peace you will achieve. So I want to believe that a forum like this should go back to this moral core. And I tell you, in those days in our communities, there are no, in the real old days, of course you don't need police to make sure you obey moral rules. Once the moral codes are known, you dare not cross it. You don't need police to enforce it. Everybody in society owns it and enforces it. And so, short of that, the center cannot hold. It is my suggestion that this platform may be an Igbo women platform, but it has been elevated to a national platform. And I think what we will search for and what we must search for is what are those values from the East that could enhance the growth and development of Nigeria. And what I have said is my conviction that once we bring in justice and fairness, the center will hold. Then the values will stand in every part of the country. Thank you.
Please, let's once again appreciate the distinguished Senator Pius. I am Pius. Thank you very much, sir. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let me warmly, most sincerely, really apologize. I was carried away by the name of Nkata Inyom Igbo. And I forgot that this is a broader conversation that cuts across the southeast boundary. And of course, issues that affect women transcend tongue or tribe. They are common to everybody, all women. All women. So I'd like to tender my sincere apologies to my mothers and sisters from other tribes. Let me appreciate the South women. Women, oh yeah. South women, oh yeah. Thank you very much. The conversation, Nkata, is dialogue. And the dialogue we're having is on how we can think like me. Because if I don't tell you where I come from, you wouldn't know. My name is Claire Adelabo Abdurrazak. But if I don't tell you where I come from, you wouldn't know. But I'm a simple Nigerian. Nigerian in every aspect. And that's the essence of the conversation we should have today. How can we reorientate our minds to think collectively? And the distinguished senator said one thing. What are the values, cherished values from the Southeast that we can borrow? Onya halawanea. That encapsulates the values held dearly by the Igbos. And let me tell you, it's in tandem with the Sustainable Development Goal 2030. Leave no one behind. Leave not your brother and not your sister. Our next speaker, and I know the words of our elders are words of wisdom. Please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the former governor of my state, Imo State, His Excellency Owelle Rochas, Okorocha.
Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you all. I can understand the presence of the Igbo dignitaries here because they should and they must come to support their women. But now when I see His Royal Majesty, Sarkin Kano, and former ministers of northern extraction, former first ladies of northern extraction, and all our brothers from different parts of this country coming to support our women, my heart gladdens and it gives me hope for a greater Nigeria. Your Royal Majesty, thank you. And my sisters, Honorable Minister, Women Affairs, thank all of you for coming. I appreciate you. And we must never take your presence here for granted. Dino, thank you. Peter, thank you for coming. I don't need to mention my brother because it's our responsibility to support our women. And it's on us, tax on us to make sure we guide them. But I carefully looked at the topic of the day, driving transformation through inclusive leadership, values, orientation, and what have you. But may I say to all of you that transformation can only take place from the renewal of our minds. And there can never be transformation without renewal of our minds. And to our women, the great Igbo women here, I don't know what must have suggested you or must have given you the advice, to have come up with this word, Nkata Inyom Igbo. That is dialogue among women. Our women are unique. Those of you who do not know, let me let you know who the Igbo women are. Your Royal Majesty, you may not know. I want you to listen attentively and know the Igbo women, since you are not opportune to have one as a wife. And I say so because all great men in Nigeria, outside yourself, have become great because tracing, there must be a woman who is of Igbo extraction around them, somehow, for some arrangement, one way or the other. Whether it's the Babangidas or the Obasanjos and all the great people, the Senate presidents, none of them could have gotten to a height without an Igbo woman. An Igbo woman is a pillar of support. It's not just a woman. And every Igbo woman is first a man. And the woo in the man is the icing on the cake. Every Igbo woman seated here is a man. But you see, woo man is the icing on the cake of the manship in a woman. And Your Royal Majesty, in our holy book, this is chapter 1:26, the Bible says, let us create man in our own image and likeness. So God created he, him, male and female. The he, him, referred to man and woman. And you see, women, especially Igbo women, are not made out of dust. They are special guests of honor, pulled out of a rib of a man. And so we value them a lot. But they're also as good as they are. Whenever you see Igbo women come under Nkata, it means an unusual conspiracy. And I tell you what, I come from a village called Oboko, and my wife is here. You know, our women don't meet ordinarily, especially as they are gathered, until men are not doing what they're supposed to do. Anytime you hear Nkata women or dialogue of Igbo women means there's a seemingly apparent value in the leadership of their men. And they have this subtle way of bringing to bear leadership without imposing themselves as leaders. And that's what's going on. So this is also a welcome, is a question from Igbo men. Have you lived up to expectation? And you know, after this Nkata, the next thing they will do, when they meet the high and mighty, like your Royal Highness, that's what they do. They'll come up with a song. Because they know, they say women must be submissive. And our women are the most wonderful submissive women. But don't allow them to move their head tie and tie by the side of their waist. Something would happen. And when they do that, and I share this song with you, they look at us men in our high elevated places. They will say, Alhaji Sanusi, Osiebe, Osingala. Once they start saying, where are you from, all these men? They say they come from our womb and through us they came out. Then they're about to do something. So these songs the women are singing today, they're about to do something. And women, I support you. When men cannot do it, go ahead and do it. But let me also tell you that Igbos are not bad people, Your Royal Majesty. If there are any peace-loving Nigerians, they are Igbos. If there are people who leave their homes and travel 1,000 kilometers away, building bridges of friendship and brotherhood, they are Igbos. And wherever nook and cranny of society you find them, they are building bridges of friendship and frontiers of brotherhood, developing the economy and the politics of that area. But yet, they are the first to be killed in every crisis. Igbos are loud people, but they mean well. You spoke about what you are and who you are. Nigerians don't understand who we are, but they know what we are. Igbos are not any troublemaker. But they do this omekozodi, you know, they try to make you believe that all is well, even when they don't have. And most people misunderstand them to mean pride. They have steez, they have swag, they have this courage, and some of these men that you see try to steez out or swag out, like Dino Malaya, trace his gene, there's an Igbo connection somewhere, either from his father or something. So we have this. I plead to Nigerians, don't do away with Igbos. In fact, it will be at the detriment of the nation called Nigeria. If any day you think Igbos cannot contribute to the economic development of our nation, Nigerians will do that at their own peril. And look at any administration that does well in this country, check there are Igbos around that government playing a role. I want to ask Nigerian government and people of Nigeria, reconsider Igbos. Don't throw them away. And your Royal Majesty, you know why I'm calling you? Because your voice is heard loud and clear in this country. Let them put Igbos where they ought to be. These people love even the outsiders more than they love themselves. Their Jewish nature can never leave them. But this idea of apparent marginalization of Ndi Igbo, my prayer is, may it not be one day that Igbos will say to our nation, let us just work on our economy. We don't want to participate in any government. Then you know that these people here are machines and equipment for development. In fact, Nigerian equation that they want to participate and help in the economy should be a thing that Nigeria should look for Igbos to run the economy where they can do so. But making them believe unwanted is also very painful. And anyhow, my people, my people. I want to leave you with one word, Inyom and your team. You started well. And look at your sisters from the north. Give you a hand of friendship. Please continue. If the men no longer do well, please, if it's honors on people to show leadership, show leadership. Days are gone when they say women cannot be president, and women cannot be governor, women cannot be this. Don't ask for relevance. Be relevant to yourself, and men will shift for you to take leadership. And my wife here is, will continue with my speech. You know, show me a successful man, and I show you a woman by the side cooking the cookies. Show me a successful nation, and I show you the mothers in that nation playing their role. Show me a good child, and I show you a mother who have taken pains in bringing up a child. Show me a good home, and I show you that woman who has decided to close her eyes to the affairs of her husband, become stupid and foolish, that all might be well. Our women, don't give up. God bless you. Remain blessed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think he deserves a very loud round of applause. He has articulated the values that we need to share. Yes. Quickly, can you please come on the microphone?
All right, this is to recognize His Royalty, Professor Echefuna Onyebiadi, the Inigbese of Ala-Igbo Kingdom. He just joined us a few minutes ago. And also recognizing Inyom Okorocha Kate, also in our presence.
And may we also recognize the Honorable Minister of State for Labor, the very beautiful, pretty, ever-ready, dynamic, energetic lady. Please, let's put our hands together for Honorable Nkiruka Onyejocha. She's right here with us today. You're welcome, ma'am.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will stand on the established protocol to save our time. My colleagues, honorable ministers here present, and senators and all the other guests, accept my standing and also sitting on the protocol. I'm deeply honored to address this esteemed gathering of trailblazing women and Nigerians. Today, we stand at a very pivotal moment in Nigeria's journey that calls for bold reflection, courageous vision, and collective action. Our theme today is driving transformation through value reorientation, inclusive leadership, and sustainability. It challenges us to rethink who we are, where we are headed, and how we will get there. The theme of this conference is appropriate, and I believe is a response to the current moral crisis enveloping the country. I would have been happy to analyze the challenges bedeviling Nigeria and propose solutions, but sadly, I cannot do so today. The reason is not quite far-fetched. We need a philosophical definition of the idea of Nigeria to identify its purpose, promise, and meaning. With a clear understanding of the rationale for the existence of this exceptional state, we may agree on the values that will underpin our nation. Nigeria is a nation so diverse in its makeup, yet so similar in its various people's cultural and behavioral traits, that if the British did not create it, a variant of Nigeria would have evolved organically. I will use this platform to call for a new national consensus on the idea of Nigeria, so that we can agree on our national values. As we speak, I don't know if we have broad national consensus on our values and how we intend to enforce or elicit compliance with the values. So I will speak to the team, but at a foundational level, seeking a definition or redefinition of the idea of Nigeria. So if you look at the chapter 2 of our constitution, it speaks of equality and social justice as one of the tenets of our country. It speaks of national integration, unity in diversity as a cornerstone. It speaks of democracy and governance, a mandate for participatory and accountable leadership. And it speaks of human dignity. However, these values remain lofty ideals, unfulfilled promises, because without a shared understanding and active pursuit of these principles, they become mere words on paper. Now, let me tell you, across the world, if you go to South Africa, the South Africans say that the principles of Ubuntu, that is a philosophy of shared humanity, drives the reason why we have the rainbow nation called South Africa. In India, they celebrate their secularism and pluralism. Indians are happy to say, we are Hindu, we are Muslim, we are all kinds of religion find themselves in India. So every government in India makes effort to celebrate that secularism, the separation of state from power. In South Korea, they transformed the economy through innovation and excellence because they suffered a lot after the Korean Wars. In the United States, they founded it on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In France, it is built on liberty, equality, and fraternity. That was the purpose of the French Revolution. Now, the question is, what is Nigeria built on? What is the idea of Nigeria? What did we build this nation so exceptional, so resourced, both with human beings, landmass, arable land, natural resources? What is the purpose? If the British created us, and they said it was for the purpose of administrative convenience, and for the purpose of making it possible to extract resources from Nigeria. So they built railway from Kalu to Lagos and Maiduguri to Port Harcourt, just to take resources out of Nigeria. Now that we have taken over Nigeria, what do we want to take out of Nigeria? What do we want to be the guiding philosophy that will define Nigeria? Because once we don't do that, then we can't agree on the national values. We can't agree on what is inclusive leadership, because we fundamentally do not agree. And that is why I think that it is critical for us as a nation to not accept the British convenience shop that was created for the purpose of extracting resources. The Nigerian political class is still behaving like the British. The idea for all of us is to go to the center and extract resources for our communities and for ourselves. So if we do not change that mindset and go into a development mindset that makes for shared prosperity for all Nigerians, that makes it possible that politics is not an avenue for wealth accumulation, but an avenue to dispense and share prosperity across all Nigerians, we will be wasting our time. I know there is frustration in the land. As we speak now, the young people are leaving Nigeria in droves under the Japa syndrome. Citizens distrust our leaders and religions are polarized along ethnic lines. Yet, history teaches us that nations in despair are not always, it's not destiny. You can come out of despair. Korea in the 1950s, after the war, was one of the poorest nations in the world. Its economy was in ruins, and its citizens faced hunger and despair. Through visionary leadership, investment in education, and collective will to industrialize, it transformed into the powerhouse of the world today. Korea in 1950 was poorer than what is today Mali or Burkina Faso. They were poorer than Burkina Faso. If you go to Rwanda, it was a broken state after the genocide. Nobody thought that the Rwandan government would survive. The genocide claimed 800,000 people. However, with strong leadership, a commitment to reconciliation, and an emphasis on national unity, Rwanda has emerged as a beacon of stability and development in Africa. Another example I like to give is Nigeria in 1970. After the Civil War, everybody thought that Nigeria would degenerate into constant ethnic war and conflict, guerrilla warfare. People were of the view that there will be massive retribution against the Igbos, or that the Igbos will fight against Nigerians. But by the genius of General Gowon, by the reconciliation and the reconstruction program, not only did the Igbos overcome it, Igbos went across to the whole of Nigeria, returned to their properties in Kanu, their houses in Lagos. They didn't just return. Something significant even more happened. 9 years after the war, an Igbo man became the vice president of Nigeria. That is the power of the Nigeria that thought that we can recreate national unity. 12 years after the war, 1982, Ojukwu was granted pardon and returned into Nigeria. Why has Nigeria, 15 years after Boko Haram insurgency, we haven't been able to resolve it? Why is it that after 3 years of a very serious war, we were able, within 9 years, to forget about the war and move on as a nation? That Zik was a candidate in that election. Owelle was a candidate in that election. And yet, a school teacher from Sokoto became the president of Nigeria. So, I believe that we can make Nigeria work. I believe that our history, though complex, offers us foundation for unity. Our new national anthem, our old that has now become new, says it all. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. He asks us to hand over to our children a banner without stain. And then it proposed a philosophy for Nigeria. To build a nation where no man is oppressed. I believe that we need to define Nigeria to stop what I call the brigandage that is currently going on. The idea of Nigeria must go beyond unity. Nigeria, we must stop talking about unity and faith, peace and progress. Their peace, for what purpose? Progress to where? Chinua Achebe said, when you say that it's good to be united, Unity can be a good thing, but you can unite to steal, to rob a bank. That's not a good unity. You can unite to build a hospital. That's a good unity. So we must find a way to explain Nigeria, not in concepts that can go one way or the other, but in clear concepts of justice, of equity. These are concepts that have no two meanings. But everything that is connected to Nigeria, peace and progress, unity and faith, faith can be a very good thing, but you can also have the faith in the wrong thing. You can decide to have faith in Amadioha, and you can decide to have faith in Shango, as you can decide to have faith in Jesus or Muhammad, the prophet. So what you can use with faith is something that can go one way or the other. You can be united to do right or wrong, but we need to redefine Nigeria to concepts that are unimpeachable, according to Chinua Achebe. And that is why we must use words that lend us to that. So, when we talk about value reorientation, we are assuming that we agree on what the values will be. I know that people are concerned about the erosion of integrity in public life. People are concerned about a system that rewards personal gain over collective good. One of the stories that disturbed me in Nigeria is the former governor of Kogi State. A young man. When people talk about young people taking office, he not only was governor for 8 years in Kogi, he shamelessly went and paid the American international school the school fees for 8 years of his children in future that will go to that school. He transferred $700,000 to American secondary school, primary and secondary in Abuja. Now let me tell you something. Not only was he shameless in accepting that after being governor of Kogi for 8 years, that no primary school or secondary school is worthy of his children to attend. The people of Kogi have not found anything wrong with that, those who support him. That 700,000 million in today's naira, if you go by 1.7, is almost, if you do $1 million, you are talking about 1.7 billion. You can build 3 primary schools and 4 secondary schools of global standards in Kogi. I mean, the man is not, he's absolutely shameless that he did it and he was now avoiding going to the EFCC. It's a shame that we do not think of the shared prosperity of making it possible for American International School to be brought to Kogi so that the children of other Kogi people will attend such a school. That is why I say, what is the meaning of Nigeria? What is the idea of Nigeria? Where was the State House of Assembly when no primary school in Kogi was enough for his son to attend? And if you look at that, you will see that as a nation, we are not yet agreed on the idea of Nigeria. I'll give you another example. A man from Anambra State, his name is Ernest Azudialo, the chairman of Next Oil. He's a businessman. He has built a strong wealth in oil and gas. But when he thought about education, his children can go to school abroad. They can go to school anywhere. He went back to Okija and built a Loyola Jesuit College, Gonzaga, in Okija. He brought it to Okija so that the children from Okija, where he grew up, will have access to quality education. He didn't stop there. He got Julius Berger to come to his village and build a pediatric hospital, which is one of the best pediatric hospitals in Nigeria today. Another man called Emeka Okwosa went to his village and built a heart hospital that today open heart surgeries are done in Orifute. These are people with their private resources. And we have governors. We have people who run a state and are shameless to take the money of the state and pay an American international school for their children to attend. What is the meaning of Nigeria? This is not even a case of law and order. It's a case of what do you feel for the poor people in your locality? What do you feel for Nigerians when you occupy high office? That you will pay school fees of 10 years for your children, even the one that is not yet of school fees age, Of course, American International School has returned the money. But it is the lack of angst, national outrage that I find disturbing. There should be national outrage. It is something that we as a nation must say, never again. Nobody should be in office and do this. What is good for the children of other people is not good for your own children. Because we do not have the idea of Nigeria, of shared prosperity, of a nation where we come together, that though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Of building a nation where no man is oppressed. That is why Senator Abaribe talked about Nkale. I used an Igbo word to explain the idea of oppression of Nkale. Because what we do today is to oppress our fellow Nigerians because we occupy high office. So I believe that inclusive leadership in Nigeria has been dominated by a narrow elite. Political appointments are often perceived as loyalty rewards. But history shows that we have not always been like this. In 1959, an election happened in Nigeria. NCNC got the highest number of votes because they were in alliance with NEPU, while MPC got the highest number of seats. And if you combine the seats of NPC and NCNC and Action Group, it will have been possible for them to possibly form a government. But Zeke and Tafawa Balewa, because of the interest of the nation, decided to form an alliance between NCNC and MPC. That alliance was what stabilized the First Republic, that it lasted for that 6 years. It could have ended earlier than 1966. So it has not always been that Nigerians cannot come together across ethnic divide to achieve national objective. The Aba Women's Riot of 1929 showed the potentials of Nigerian women to lead in the fight for justice in our land. So I believe that implementing policies that promote merit, using transparent and credible processes will make us a better nation. Sustainability, building resilience for the future. We have demonstrated resilience in moments of adversity. The GSM revolution of the year 2000 transformed Nigeria into Africa's largest telecom market. MTN makes more money in Nigeria than they make in South Africa, their home country. Despite our challenges of no light, no water, no this, criminality, taking of power stations, MTN's most profitable business is still in Nigeria. Nigeria is working. For those who say Nigeria has happened to you, I said everywhere happens to everybody. If Ifeanyi Ubah had died in Nigeria, they will have said Nigeria happened to him. He died in London. Tayo Aderinokun, the MD of GT Bank, was a cancer patient. He had a stroke in Nigeria. He was rushed to London with air ambulance. He was taken to Haley Street Hospital, the best hospital in London. While in Haley Street, he had a stroke in the hospital. They struggled all night to restore him. The following morning, he had another massive stroke in the hospital, and he died inside Haley Street in London. So when Nigerians say Nigeria has happened to you, I said it is happening to everybody everywhere. Nigerian doctors are as good as any other doctor, but because we don't have a philosophy of our nation, everybody wants to make money from everything. We don't have an idea of the concept of Nigeria. So I believe that building consensus for national transformation. I am of the view that we must forge a national consensus on Nigerians' purpose and mission, the purpose of Nigeria. What kind of a nation do we want to be? What do we stand for? And what do we aspire to achieve together? Until we answer these questions, our values will remain hollow and our efforts at transformation will falter. Let us not give in to cynicism. Cynicism says to us that it is impossible. It says our divisions are too great and our leaders cannot rise to the challenge. But history teaches us otherwise. I told you of South Korea and Rwanda and Nigeria under General Gowon. We too can rise. The potential for greatness lies within us, waiting for the spark of unity and vision to ignite it. I call on all Nigerians, men and women, youth and elders, to come together in building a coalition of hope. Hope overcomes all. Cynicism destroys, it damages. Whatever challenges we are facing today, we must hope for a glorious future. And that glorious future is possible because if we do not overcome our fears and focus on what unites us as a dream, if we do not imagine the large market that Nigeria has provided us, the opportunity that Nigeria has provided us, the fact that you can go and study medicine in the University of Nigeria for 150,000 naira a year, school fees, and then finish in 8 years, you will have spent less than 1 million, 6 years, you will have spent about 1 million naira as school fees. And then you go to America from University of Nigeria, take the board exam, and you become an American doctor. I've been telling Nigerians in America, why borrow money to train your children in America? Bring them here to University of Ibadan. For 2 million naira, they will become doctors. Go back to America, take the exam, and become board certified doctors and start earning $150,000 a year. But to go to medical school in America, the cheapest will be between $300,000 and $400,000, and the top ones like Harvard and Co will be $700,000 to $800,000 US. But the same Nigerian doctors, a Nigerian doctor from University of Nigeria, has the record as the best board exam student in the state of. She's in North Carolina. She's now a consultant neurologist. She has the report. Nobody has beaten her in that exam since the history of the exam and since 10 years after she took that exam. And she's from University of Nigeria. Yes. Carolina Medical Center. Yes, the CMC in Carolina Medical Center, correct. So I want to tell Nigerians that while people are lamenting, people are moving forward. Money Point just raised $1 billion, was just valued for $1 billion 2 weeks ago. And they raised another 300 million. Money Point is a Nigerian company based in Lagos. It does not earn dollars, it earns naira. But people with dollars, Americans, are investing in it. If you do not invest in Nigeria, if you are not hopeful about Nigeria, you are wasting your life. Because even if you want to go to America, you can get it cheap in Nigeria. You can become an engineer for less than 1 million. You go to Microsoft and you become an engineer in Microsoft. No Nigerian degree holder has gone anywhere in the world and not passed the exam to get into that board. So I am hopeful. And why I am hopeful is because together we can articulate a bold vision for Nigeria. One that speaks to our highest aspirations and lifts us beyond the failures of the past. Let us work tirelessly to create a nation where unity is not an empty slogan, but a lived reality, where progress is not a promise, but a measurable outcome. I therefore say that the moon of transformation is rising. Let us not wait for it to fade. The time to act is now. Let us rise as one people bound by a shared destiny and build the Nigeria we dream of. A Nigerian that will be a beacon of hope for Africa and the world. A Nigeria where no man is oppressed. Thank you.
Please let's put our hands together once again for Chief Osita Chidoka for that brilliant presentation. And one thing I know is that we'll need to articulate our thoughts on how we can ensure that women are included. Former Imo State Governor did say that he's optimistic that Nigeria can produce a female president. And I'm also optimistic, and that gladdens our heart. But we need to articulate how the path to achieving that. It's not by words of mouth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next we'll be calling on Gogo Grace, our big auntie, our big mama, distinguished Senator Grace Folashade Bent. Please let's make some noise for her. She's coming out.
Leaders, our mothers here, the great Nigerian women, great Nigerian women. We are indeed great. Why are we so quiet? I'm proud to be a great Nigerian woman. I'm just going to give a very brief goodwill message. As a true Nigerian, as a patriot, By the grace of God, I stand before you today. Inyom Joseph Aneni, who I have had the privilege of working with while I was a political advisor to the People's Democratic Party in 2002 or thereabout. A very, I keep saying it over and over again, an incurable woman with great passion for women. Josephine Aneni, during our time, our tenure, we both worked together, and that was when we achieved the policy of free nomination form for women going to elective offices. And it is on record today, and we've not stopped there. The theme of today's conference is driving transformation through value reorientation. How can we drive through transformation outside of the input of the women? I'm a true Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian with a tripartite citizenship. And I'm proud to say that. I was born and raised in Kaduna. By all standards, I'm entitled to the rights and privileges of a Kaduna State indigene. If you want to talk about what the Nigerian Constitution talks about, what is indigenship, what is naturalization, your place of natural birth. I was born in Kaduna. I was raised in Kaduna. I'm married in Kaduna. And tomorrow, someone tells me, you are not from this state. Go to your state. My parents are from Osun State. By virtue of my parents being from Osun State, I am a privileged daughter of Osun State. I am married to a very great man from Adamawa State of the Bachama extraction. I was married and fully integrated into that society. And by God's own divine arrangement, I became the first female senator by marital affiliation in the northern part of Nigeria. What am I saying? It is possible for Nigeria to be great. When you ignore the women, you do that at your peril. I say it is now time for the men to begin to dance for us. We have danced enough for the women, for the men at our campaign rallies. We tie our gele and we dance for them. Our men here, I'm pleading with you. Can you please dance for us for once? Dance for us for once and bring out the best in us. A woman is like a tea bag. You cannot know the strength of that woman until you put hot water in it. You see how rich that tea is. Nigerian women, this is time for us. The men, the real men, please dance for us. I want to thank our men who have stood here. I can see Dino, my very dear, extremely close confidant. Ala-Igbo himself, Chief Osita, and every other man here. You are the real men. Keep it up. Continue to stand by us. We are going to present the first female Nigerian president in this country. By the grace of God. It will happen in our lifetime. We will teach America how to make women the bosses. God bless you all.
Thank you very, very much. All right, there's a little announcement. For those who had snacks earlier on, please be patient. Food will come your way. There's enough food for everyone, so just be patient. That's not all you're going to feast on this afternoon. We do have another goodwill message. And this time around, we'll be calling on Honorable Barrister Nkiruka Onyejocha. So, okay, I guess there's
a bit of mix-up here. Honorable Minister, before you come on, please welcome with me my sister. for all purpose. She's the DG of Chairperson, NIDCOM. And you know that a lot of my brothers and sisters from these extraction, they live abroad. And she's been doing a wild man's job, bringing them back to Nigeria, thinking of investment, giving them some measure of integrity. My sister, please sit down. We'll call you back. I need to introduce you for now. Thank you so very much. I also understand that Honorable Lar is here with us. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming. Yes, sitting very close to your ever young sister. Yes. What next we have our own sister who would speak for 2 minutes, because we have to do this, please. Our sister, the Honorable Minister of State for Labor, will speak for 2 minutes, after which my younger brother, you can see that the coordinator is standing right behind you so that you do not go away before speaking. So our ambassador, please keep that stand while I invite the Honorable Minister of State to speak. Thank you, ma'am. 2 minutes, please, counting from now, Honorable Minister. From yesterday.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ndị Igbo ekele mụ no. 2 minutes is just too much. Ihe m chọrọ ikwu na Inyom Josephine has lived up to expectation, and we are not surprised that you could drive Nkata Inyom up to today. When it started, I was like, just try your best. But your best is just more than enough. Congratulations. For me, all the people that had spoken while I was seated had delivered good speeches from bottom of their hearts, and that's the reality of the time. You can't fault it anywhere. And so I adopt such wonderful speeches. And have to add, the women, we should do what the Igbo women are known for. And what's that? Support the good of the land. Support justice. And of course, about women riots have been mentioned here. But now, as somebody from Ministry of Labor, I believe that it's no more fashionable to do riot. It's no more fashionable to fight. It's no more fashionable to disagree violently. But what is fashionable is that we have to take our bold step to begin to engage the people we need to engage. We need to imbibe social dialogue, like what you're doing today. Those who don't want to hear, they have heard. The people who said we are not going to come because it's women issues, they have heard because of the world we are in. Everyone has an ear under your Android, televisions, Twitter, Instagram, and all of those. So I am saying that it is time to down our tools and focus on how, even though it's banned, that women know they grieve for anybody. We will adopt it for this special moment, that Nigerian women no go grieve for anybody in positive terms. And so I align with Nkata Inyom and say that it is all going to be well with us. Women have been heard loud and clear, and will continue to rely on our fathers and our uncles, our husbands and our friends to partner with us to make sure that our dreams come true. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping it very short. We'll be having our distinguished Senator Dino Melaye get to talk to us briefly. Yeah, thanks for your patience, sir.
To God be the glory forever and ever. Amen. I want to say good afternoon to every one of us here, and also congratulate my mother, Barrister Josephine Aneni, one single Nigerian with multiple competencies, a woman who has helped in modeling a lot of us. In 1999, 2000, she had 4 of us, myself, Kolade Akijo, who was SA to Baba Obasanjo and students, Abdulmumuni Jibril, and Shegun. And she made sure we became relevant because I went to the House of Reps, I was in the Senate, I was in the Villa. Kolade Akinjo was a 2-time member of the House of Representatives. Jibril Aminu is a 3rd-time member of the House of Representatives today. All to our encouragement and push. So, Mommy Aneni, we thank you for your mentorship. We thank you for your support. And that is what she's doing till today. Mommy is not a young lady. She had issue with her leg, but she was in Kogi for my gubernatorial campaign. She supported me, she stayed and encouraged me. That is the type of woman she is. So I thank you so much. And that's why I said, I must be here. If you speak the truth, you will die. If you lie, you will die. So me, Dino Melaye, have chosen to speak the truth and die. I will speak just on 3 points. The unity of this country is not only imperative, it's mandatory, it's pertinent, it's compulsory. And unfortunately, we have lost values. When I was growing up as a child in Kano, even in the GRAs in Kano, houses had no fences. The only time you see a house with a tall fence is either a prison yard or a zoo. But the value system became faulted. We started building fences. From beware of dogs, you now have beware of hyenas, beware of lions. We started building fences and having broken bottles as barriers on our fences. The value system deteriorated. We started using barbed wire to protect our houses. Today, it is electric fence. The value system completely depleted. When I was in primary school in Kano, there's no difference between Emeka, Olugbenga, or Abdul Mumuni. Christmas, a Christian family will take food to all the neighbors. And as a child, I could tell who is living on the 10th street after me. Today I live in Metama. My children do not even know the children of my immediate neighbor. The value system completely... We have become so ethnic conscious that you go to a general hospital today in this country. The hospital card you are going to fill, there's a column for religion. There's a column for local government. There's a column for tribe. How will that facilitate your recovery? We have become so ethnic conscious as a people. So we must work assiduously on the unity of this country. When I was in the House, I was in the Senate, I moved a bill that instead of having state of origin, we should have state of residence. Because that will definitely unite us as a people. Wherever you reside is your state. And that is what is happening today in the United States of America. That's why Clinton could become governor in Arkansas, and the wife was a senator in New York. And it will help to unify us as a people. But I want to announce to you that that bill was not seconded. Any seconder, that was how the bill died. Today, after unity is education. It's so sad, the magnitude and intensity of failure in math, English, and the sciences. When I was growing up and I was doing my biology practical, in the biology practical exam I wrote in WAEC, you will bring in a live frog, dissect and label. Today what you have is called alternative to practical. You only imagine a frog and then label. When I was in ABU, in the early 90s, medical students, each medical student have one cadaver. Cadaver is dead body, to himself, to mutilate, to open, to check. Today they bring 100 students, medical students together. They give them one cadaver. That if you open here, this is what you are going to see. You go to our science laboratory in secondary schools, you can't find litmus paper. Litmus paper, you can't find it again. Our education is completely in shambles. Our national orientation or social orientation is social studies. And it teaches you about Jaja of Okwobo, Awolowo of Western Nigeria, Azikiwe of Eastern Nigeria, and Sardauna of Northern Nigeria. Even as a child, you are already indoctrinated with ethnic consciousness. Nothing like moral philosophy, civic education, nationalism, patriotism that will build us together as a people. So that is why I think flesh and blood did not reveal the theme of this conference. It is very apt. Without reorientation, we cannot get anywhere. And finally, the youth of this country, you must wake up from your slumber. The youth is the most important component of any society. And that age bracket is extremely special. Our Lord Jesus Christ lived 33 years. As a youth, he performed all the miracles he did. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was called to prophethood at the age of 40. Bob Marley lived 31 years. Today we are still singing him. So every scientific or technological breakthrough is within that age bracket. So we must not toy with it. And that is why the Holy Book says, where there's no vision, the people perish. And if you go back to the book of Joel, it says, in the last days I will pour my spirit upon all flesh. Your sons and daughters shall prophesy. He said, old men shall dream dreams. After a very heavy pandemic, an old man can begin to see himself in America. When you wake up, you find that you are still in Lugbe. He said, but young men shall see vision. If you juxtapose young men seeing vision, and where there's no vision, the people perish, you know that the future of this country is in the hands of the youth. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so very much. As always, at this moment, we would listen to another wonderful Nigerian who believes in this country and who has served and is still serving Nigeria conscientiously. Before then, please let's welcome High Chief Dr. Karo Nwosu. Well, she's still a presidential candidate because 2027 is around the corner. But most importantly, thank you for looking after Mama. I think she has the oldest mother in, well, at least that we know of. God bless you. Please let's bring to the microphone. I dare to call him my colleague, but I wonderfully will accept him as my brother. And what he has done and what he's still doing is beyond what we'll know in this gathering. But let him share some experience with us. Welcome with me, former Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, my brother, Labaran Maku.
our sister, our mommy, Inyom, and Neni, our former ministers, particularly the former Minister of Information, Mrs. Chiroma, our distinguished mothers, distinguished royal fathers, ladies and gentlemen. Our country is a very interesting nation. And I came here purposely because of the team. I want to congratulate Igbo women for bringing us from all over the country today to remind ourselves about our responsibility to Nigeria. One thing I've learned serving Nigeria as a teacher, as a reporter, as a development worker, as a commissioner, as a deputy governor and minister in the federal government, I discovered that Nigerians, particularly the political class, we are mostly not genuine. We are mostly not genuine. One thing I learned in my own public service is that you must take a personal decision to be honest. You must take a personal decision not to steal. You must take a personal decision to hold on to values that no matter the temptation, you will stand by them. If you don't take a personal decision, you will be messed up in the political and public service system in our country. When I was made commissioner in 1999, I had to bend down and tell God, I said, look, in all the service I'm going to render, let no material thing stand between me and you. I had to make that covenant because I know where I'm coming from. I know my background. My parents don't know anybody in Nigeria that can go and ask for even a teaching job. And if God chooses to bring me from there and announce me as one of the leaders in Nigeria, I owe him my personal faithfulness. And that covenant saved me. Because I've come across several, there is nobody that will serve in our system without so many opportunities for you to do wrong. But because of that faithfulness that I made, that covenant I made with my God, every time I enter public office, I am looking at the last day I'm going to live, that I will not dishonor God. One thing I have not heard here today is that nobody has spoken about the fear of God as a basis for leadership. Nobody has spoken about the fear of God as a basis for honesty, for leadership, and to live a life of example, both personal and at the public level. There are certain things I've seen in my public life experience and in my politics. Inyom, let me say this, you will know. In this country, almost 70 to 80% of those of us who are leaders are in courts. Almost 70 to 80% of those of us who are in leadership are also in courts. The throne of darkness is organized from the national to the local level. And when you say a lot of people not behaving well, you have to look at it both from the point of view of academic examination and spiritual examination. Our country is sitting on so many things. And we need to know that this nation, Nigeria, it will not change until each one of us that had the opportunity to lead makes a personal decision to make a difference. We have a lot of issues. We are still debating our national unity. We are still debating the consensus upon which Nigeria should move. That is what Chidoka was talking. That was what Ayim spoke about. That was what Okorocha spoke about. Yes, every nation is a nation in progress. There is no nation that is already made. Americans are discussing their unity. If you look at the elections that have taken place in the US in the past 16 years, people are talking about their unity. England is still discussing. Please, I will need some silence in the hall. Maybe it will help you to hear something. England that colonized us is still talking about their unity. Scotland wants to go. The rest of Britain said, no, we'll be better together. Spain, an old colonial country, is still talking about their unity. Some regions want to leave. Others are saying we'll be better together. The question of Nigerian unity must be built first on our personal conviction, even as we debate how we are going to live together. Some say that Nigeria is a historical accident. It was not meant to be. My study of history tells me that every nation is a historical accident. There was no nation that didn't come by war, by conquest, and by one family rising and having the capacity to bring others under their tutelage. England was a colony. We first heard about England when Julius Caesar marched into England as the Emperor of Rome. America was a colony of Britain, multiracial, multi-ethnic. Today, America is leading Britain as a superpower. It does not matter how your nation came about. What is most important is the opportunity you bring to raise it through leadership. India was a colony like us, ruled by Britain. They got independence only in 1947, and we came about 13 years after. India has gone to the moon. India is multiracial, multicultural, multi-religious, more complicated than Nigeria. But India is going somewhere. America, multiracial, multi-ethnic, is leading the world. What do we lack? There are many things, but I always pin our problem to lack of faith in this nation by the leaders of Nigeria. That is the major thing. Nigerians want to live together. If they can get a leader that they believe in, that will be a father of all, that is interested to ensure justice, ensure fairness in his personal life, in public appointment, by leading by example, this country can quickly unite around a program for the transformation of our country. I want to tell you about the link between leadership and national transformation. It all begins not just with the Constitution, not just with what people believe. It begins with God bringing people who really have a historical mission. There are many countries today that will never be countries now if they didn't have the fortune of certain leaders emerging to rule them. Let us take the United States, for example. The United States will not be the same today if they didn't have the fortune of George Washington, John Adams, William Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Reagan. These leaders always raised their country beyond their interests. George Washington was to be made a king. He said, Lord, I don't want to be a king. I want America to have a succession of leaders on a democratic platform. And by making that decision, America did not end up as a kingdom, but as a democracy. Now, if you look at the history of China, the China we're celebrating now was not the same China in 1978. In 1978, China was nowhere. As an industrial nation, it was nowhere. As a great power, it was struggling. But they had the fortune of Xi Jinping. After Mao's Cultural Revolution brought them to a level of disorganization. Then Dame Timi came in, accepted a new vision, reformed their country. And today, between 1978 and now, it's just 44 years. China has become a global economic miracle. From nowhere, it is now number 2 in the world. Now, you can say that of India. You can say that of South Korea. You can say that of Singapore. You can say that of our own Rwanda here. Chidoka spoke about it. I went to Rwanda twice. Rwanda, when in 1994, we were watching on television how people are being slaughtered and killed in Rwanda. We thought that that country would never rise again. But God gave them the fortune of Paul Kagame, who rose above division, who rose above ethnic vision. Today, Rwanda is the one mentioned all over the world, not Nigeria. Because of the fortune of a leader who understood that leadership is a calling to sacrifice. Leadership is a calling to sacrifice. It's not a calling to comfort. It's not a calling for self-aggrandizement. Leadership is a sacrifice. Nigerian leaders are not ready as at now, in my opinion, to make that sacrifice for the country. I want to talk about transformative leadership. Transformation is a quantitative, qualitative shift in the socio-economic fortunes of a nation, both in terms of the productive forces of society, in terms of the mode and means of production. For example, when we speak about Lee Kuan Yew in a small former British colony called Singapore, he became a leader and decided that he must take Singapore in a new direction. The first thing he did was to create that vision and set standard and set vision and get objectives in different sectors of the economy and social life. And then commit himself as a person to ensure that all the rules and standards he set, he will first enforce them, so that whoever comes in will be able to go in that direction. You can never change a country unless you are ready to live in that change you want to bring. It's not possible. Now look at our country. All who are talking here, we have our values listed in section 23 of the Constitution. If you go there, you will see them. Integrity, honor, service to country, dignity of labor, compassion, unity. They are all listed in section 23 of the Constitution. Look at the national pledge that we recite every day. It talks about patriotism. It talks about serving Nigeria with all our strength, upholding our honor, integrity. It's all there. Look at the old and the new national anthems. If you sing them, you know that everything requiring to what we want to be is in those anthems. Our Constitution, chapter 2, lists all the directive principles and of state policy and what we want to do for Nigeria. The problem is, we only have those things on paper. It's not in our hearts. It's not in our hearts. And so long as you have a country where the leaders do not accept to live by the oath they swear to, you have that problem. Our number one problem in this country is having leaders who are ready to embrace all Nigerians. In this country, the reason why India survived was that India had the fortune of Mahatma Gandhi, of Nehru, and now Modi. If you mention Gandhi, everybody believes in him. The same thing with South Africa. The same thing with America that I mentioned earlier on. The problem of our country, leaders love their religion, not the country. Leaders love their tribe, not the country. Leaders love a section of the country and not the whole of the country. And so long as that is the case, you cannot unite a complicated, a diverse nation like Nigeria. You must move from your tribal, your religious and sectional platform and set yourself as a leader of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Then you will be checking. If I make 10 appointments, where are they come? Because inclusive leadership Inclusive leadership means a deliberate effort by leaders to make sure that no cultural minority, no group, no section is left behind. Because if you want to transform a country, your number one duty is to ensure that you have a system that all talents that are available to that nation will be utilized. So you create a structure, you create a leadership, you create a legal framework that will ensure that every religion, every race, every gender has an opportunity to contribute. That is what Lee Kuan Yew did. That is what China did. If you do not have an inclusive leadership, what it means is that if I'm a leader today and I don't believe in anybody other than my religion, then other people who are better than those I'm appointing, who have the solution, cannot be brought on board. And this is exactly what is happening now. If a leader cannot open up to everybody, sometimes the person that will deliver the nation is not your tribe. Sometimes the person that will deliver the nation is not from your religion. It's not from your section of the country. Inclusive leadership will enable you to have access to all the talents that are available in your nation to recruit them for development. When I was Minister of Information, why did I succeed? First, I made sure that all my staff came from all over Nigeria. All over. They came from all over Nigeria. Make sure I brought a team that is national, so that a team of professionals from the east, from the south, and from all religions, so that as a Minister of Information, if I'm going to speak, I am likely not to make a mistake by saying something that will tell the unity of the country, because I have access to every sensitivity that makes up Nigeria. Now, the problem we're having is we are no longer sensitive to our diversity, because we simply look at one direction and we refuse to look around to be able to recruit the talents that can give our country a push forward. Inyom will know, when we were in cabinet, you can see the number of ministers that are women that were on board. And let me tell you, whatever you may say about it, without Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as our Minister of Finance at that time, our fortunes would have gone down before now. But by the time we left in 2015, the economy of Nigeria was number one by GDP in Africa. It takes talent to create it. It takes brains. It takes heart. It takes capacity. You cannot run a country in trouble like Nigeria and you close your mind to other people. It will not work. And I think this is simply a question of leadership. Now I want to come to the major issue why I'm here. Corruption. 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 Mismanagement of resources. Stealing in public office. This has been the story of Nigeria. His Royal Highness, the Emir of Kano, spoke about it. And let me say this here. My own knowledge of Nigerian public system as a commissioner from the state, deputy governor, on to minister in the federal cabinet. All the laws to tackle corruption in Nigeria on ground. Everything you need to stop corruption in Nigeria is on ground. The security agencies, the laws forbidding every sleaze are on ground. We don't need preachment about it. We simply need action if our political system believes we can end this crisis. And let me tell you this. Nations collapse because of leadership myopia, not because the people don't want to live together. The only thing that can lead us to succeed is that we, the political class in Nigeria, believe that we can end the shame our country is going through. You go out of this country, when you mention Nigeria, they mention Haiti. It is like black people cannot run a country. It's like Africans cannot run a civilization. It has not always been this. We had Egypt, we had Ethiopia, we had Great Ghana. When the Portuguese came to Nigeria to the Battle of Benin in 1472, they wrote that Benin was better organized than the streets of Europe. It is in their writing that Benin Empire was better organized. There was street light. There were street lamps in the night to give street lights. So today we are made to look as if we Africans cannot organize a nation. We cannot rule a nation. When you mention Nigeria, you mention Haiti, you mention most of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa. as if there is a cause, but there is no cause. I know that we can transform this nation as it is now into a major power in 20 to 30 years if our political leaders are willing. All you need is the sacrifice. All you need is, for example, let me say this. When it comes to corruption, for example, there is nobody that steals a kobo. Some of my colleague ministers are here, and I want them to contradict what I'm going to say now, including members of the National Assembly. Nobody steals any money in the public service and is not recorded. I hope you know this. Any corruption in the public service, the security agencies record them. Because among your services, including your directors, some of them are also in the security service. Their duty in that ministry is to record every financial management in the ministry. People know it. All the people that steal money in this country, the system knows them. The system knows them. They are all documented. There is no corruption. You can't take any money in the federal or state service without it being documented. What now happens is, after people steal money, the political system is not interested in allowing the system to prosecute those who are fishing from the pond of the whole country. If you want to stop corruption in Nigeria today, and the political leaders are ready, from the president down to governors, down to local government chairmen, down to all of us who are stakeholders, and we come together and say, look, we are tired of this shame. Because what has corruption done to us? Corruption is a collaboration between a few people and foreigners who are taking the wealth of Nigeria out, taking the wealth of Africa out. And I had a personal revelation that the problem of Africa is bribe taking by leaders. I had that revelation in 2014. Now let me tell you, if you want to stop corruption in Nigeria today, all it takes is for the political leaders today, if they want it, we'll all sit down in a summit. We are tired of this. And what do you need to do? If I'm a governor, all I need to do is to say, look, from today, SSS, police, all the security staff, they're all in the ministries. They're all there. Anybody that steals a kobo, please charge the person and investigate. If you do this in a sitting government, by the time a director is picked up, by the time a minister is picked up, by the time a permanent secretary is picked up, by the time a special advisor is picked up from his office to investigation, because the political leader is not interested in doing this anymore. If we do this consistently for 1 year, I am telling you, Nigerians will rise and support and give glory to God and support that government. It is not true that we do not want good leaders. It is the lack of political. What happens in Nigeria is that if somebody is corrupt, they keep the file. If you misbehave, then they will call you. But so long as you are part of the system and you are doing well, there's no problem. It's only on that day that you want to misbehave or take an action, then they remember that you are corrupt. Please, let us take this thing seriously. I want to call on our women, the Igbo women. Because unless, look, Roman Empire collapsed because of corruption. If you read the book, The Discourses on Ancient Rome by Niccolo Machiavelli, you will see it there. Soviet Union was brought down with all the nuclear powers that they harmed their art. There was corruption and decay within. It came down on their faces. There is no nation in the world. Every nation is a living social organism. Unless you take the issues of values, and you cannot enforce values on the political leaders already. That's the problem. If you have political leaders of Nigeria already now, we don't want to see corruption in our country in the next 5 years. I am telling you to reduce to minimum. But we have to take that decision. I am calling on Igbo women, the women from all over the country. Let us learn to hold our government to account. Changing the constitution is important. Changing the national anthem is important. Bringing all new policies are important. But the problem of Nigeria is that we all know the answer. What is required in Nigeria today is the person who can enforce the solution. There is nothing we are discussing here today that I have not heard for the past 20 years. Nothing. Only that we are saying it in new language. We are saying with new faces. I was one day, when I was a commissioner, one man came for a conference. He said, look, I want to sleep. I didn't sleep yesterday. But if you hear something I didn't hear before, wake me up. Because the truth of the matter is, I am ashamed. Every conference you go, the same issues, the same statements. Faces may change, but the issues remain the same. What we need is practical action. What we need is practical action by all leaders at all levels. Let us resolve. If you know, look, if the British knew that Nigeria would be united, maybe we would not have been here. The greatest nation in Africa after Egypt is Nigeria. This country is the greatest gift to black people in the world. Because look at all that we have. Look at the beauty of the country. Look at the resources of the country. Look at the talent that is available in Nigeria. You just need a leader to mix them. A leader like Lee Kuan Yew, thank you. A leader like Lee Kuan Yew, a leader of vision like the Chinese leaders that raised their country. If you give Nigeria the right set of leaders, the right set of commitment who are ready to say, look, enough is enough. What does a governor need to steal money? Why does a governor need to steal money? You don't need to steal money. You have allowances that will be paid to you after you leave office, and they do it and pay themselves. But people are not ready to stop. And I will conclude by saying this. I don't know about others, but I'm telling you my own mind and my experience. If I didn't take a personal decision not to be corrupt, nothing will stop me from stealing public money. Because the opportunities are always there in the system, especially when laws are not enforced. I had an experience as a minister. A company brought a proposal to me to take money, a loan, for work in the information sector. They brought a bill of $1.2 billion for Nigeria to take a loan. Unknown to them, I quietly called a German firm, Pricewater, that audit firm. I handed over the file to them. When they audited it and brought it back to me, the money came down to 500 million from 1.2 billion. And I called them. I said, you are the leaders of this company. Please explain this budget you brought for Nigeria to take this loan. And I brought the report of the audit and placed before them. They were shaking. Hey, you see, and we have some interest. I said, I'm the Minister of Information. I'm the one here contracting you. If there are interests in the system, they should come through me. I'm the minister. I'm the government officer in charge here. Now, when they do that, they suggest to you, you know, we can put one of these 100 million in your account abroad. And that is how this country is crippled. I was in a conference in Belgium in 1985. The Prime Minister of Belgium, the Prime Minister of Netherlands, they were speaking. They said, Africa, corruption, ethnicity. I dropped the paper I was to present. I was together with Le John Garang and other leaders of the continent. I said, look, I'm a young Nigerian. I'm trying to grow up as a leader. And we don't need corruption in Africa. But give me, please, a break. Corruption in Africa is a coalition between African leaders and foreign companies who impose bad leaders and take our resources. I said that the transatlantic slave trade has been replaced by what I call the transatlantic corruption triangle. When I started speaking, the whole of African delegation came to me. Look, it is not that we lack what to do. The most important in this country, leadership is not appreciated. Our people are confused. They like razzmatazz. They like people who come to tell lies. But they are private. What they do, what we know about most people is different from what they say in these conferences. But we keep quiet. We need to come together to insist that our country cannot go on like this. Because the way we are going, let me tell you, with all the crises around us, the whole of the north, violence, southeast is joining. And let me tell you, unless the political leadership of Nigeria responds positively and quickly to the real problems that are confronting our youth and our people, this country can quickly go wrong. Not because Nigeria is bad, not because they don't believe in Nigeria, but because the pressure on the people is getting very high. And I think we as leaders, we must come together, we must work together, not only in government. We can do a lot of things when we're out of government. And I've always supported these causes. The former Minister of Women Affairs was here. I was the one that funded the 1998 conference to create a new agenda for women in Nigeria. We have always known that unless you include women in the process of national development, no nation can actually move forward. Benny is here. One day I was deputy governor, she came to Lafia. I said, Benny, your dad is a big name in the whole of Nigeria and the Middle Belt. What are you doing? She said, well, you see, these women, they don't use... I said, please go and join politics. She went and joined politics. Today, she has been a national name. She has done very well in the House of Representatives. I made sure I brought a woman to the Senate and House of Reps from Nasarawa State. It is what people do, not what they say. And in this country, what we say has taken over what we do. And that is not good enough. Let us come together to save our country. But to be a good person is a personal decision. If you do not trust God in this country, you will not be a good person. Because the opportunity to be bad are calling on you, beckoning everywhere. And I believe one day, from what I have seen, this country will be delivered. The details I do not know. But God will bring somebody from nowhere, and Nigeria will move to the place we want to go. The Lord bless us for our attention.
Thank you very much. If there were more time, I'm sure he would definitely regale us with a lot of insights this afternoon. We'll be calling on a special guest. There's a special introduction for him, so we'll just let that come through.
Yeah, thank you, MC. Thank you so much for this rare privilege of having the opportunity of introducing my leader, a great and patriotic Nigerian, an illustrious Igbo son, former chairman Police Service Commission, and chairman Igbo Elders Consultative Forum, as well as chairman of Highness Council of Elders from 19 Northern States and FCT Abuja. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome to the podium Chief Dr. Simon Nsobundu Okeke. We call him Ochendo. Call him Ochendo. Call him Ochendo. Call him Ochendo. Ochendo, welcome to the podium.
Inyom, the leader of Nkata Inyom Igbo Foundation. Distinguished leaders here, ladies and gentlemen, let me dwell on the existing protocol already established. A lot has been said. A lot yet to be said. Just a few comments, then I'm done with a short speech which I made. Nigeria today, which you all know, right from the very first day of our independence, October 1, 1960, had been standing on a tripod. Tripod means 3 legs. Today, 1 leg is broken. 1 leg is broken. And it is clear to all, a table standing on 3 legs and 1 leg broken, can it stand stable? Can it stand? No. That's the answer. Until the broken leg is re-established and put back to where it belongs, the table will never stabilize. That is Nigeria of today. The southeast, where I come from, people today have different opinions about it. Some say they are feared, some fear them, some deride them, some adore them in private. But, as has been said here, Ndi Igbo have values they respect. Never mind that today, the young men of today, particularly those born after the Nigeria-Biafra War, they do not understand. Some of them do not understand the old values of Ndi Igbo. Maybe not through their own fault. They were not brought up the way people like me and the Igbo here were brought up. There are old values, do's and don'ts, for which we are known. And that remains cardinal. You see, someone said here, which is true, Zik was the foremost nationalist in Nigeria, was responsible for the education of those following him, like K.O. Mbadiwe, Mbano Jike, Akweke Abisinia Mwaforizu, and others. He brought them to US for training, which is the system already adopted known for our people. With was promoted very fast by the first association binding all Igbos, Igbo State Union, which promoted fast education everywhere in Igbo land, building schools in both Igbo land and in the north, and everywhere. And hence, although the East was educationally marginalized, in the sense that the West, for instance, had a much earlier exposure. The first lawyer produced in the West, Sapra Williams, was called to bar in 1876. Now, the first lawyer called to bar in Southeast was Salu Mbanefo, who was called to bar in 1936. That's the year I was born, for your information. Yes. But within 30 years of 1930 to 1960, the whole thing gap, the wide gap, was closed by Unyagra 1 year and Igbo State Union activities. So, fear came around everywhere, fear of Igbos. Anyway, it continues. Today, as I said, and also emphasized by Labaran Maku here, who spoke about non-inclusiveness of government of today, which is true. I mean, one can hardly believe from appointments so far made, at least by the current government, that Ndi Igbo are part of the country. But, all said and done, at the right time, the bone shall rise again. The young men of today, our youths today, as has been also mentioned, I think by Pius Anyim, after money, money, money. Not so. Igbos have never been known for worshiping money. Ndi Igbo na-akpa ego akpa. Adebu ebu. Am I right? But today, because that is the norm in Nigeria. Today, if you are given an appointment where you cannot steal money, it's a bad appointment you have. Am I right? Let me tell you, me, as chairman of Police Service Commission for 5 years, I was invited, I was pressed to share 17 billion tucked away somewhere, and nobody will know. I, Simon Nsobundo Keke, said no. The person telling me thought, the person talking to me thought I was joking, came to my office 2 times to say it. Third time, he came to my house at night. I thought the reason for coming was to discuss promotions and postings to the police. Then I said, okay, come on. He said, Oga, that thing I told you before. I said, what's it? He said, up there. Okay, nobody will know. I said, please walk out. Walk out from my house. He thought I was joking. This is a true story. The highest pinnacle of the police. Walk out from my house. He thought I was joking. He said, okay, okay. One day, Your job and my job we finish. We know what happened. I said, get out. He walked out from my house and forgot his cap on the chair. I told my SA, who some of you know, Umahi, go and call him to come and take his cap. As he was coming by the corridor, I used this very walking stick to take his cap and threw it to him. This is one of the contents in the book I wrote covering the 5 years of my service to the nation. The title is Policing the Nigeria Police. This story is there, among other things. However, distinguished guests, let me not bore you. Down to my very short speech. Very short speech. 5 minutes is gone. It gives me much pleasure to be here with you, women of class and respectability, as your special guest of honor at this year's function of the foundation. By your name, your group believes in full deliberation and interaction between persons before final action are taken. Nkata. That is what it should be. Failure to deliberate and discuss fully on serious matters before taking action quite often leads to avoidable problems. Indeed, most problems in life arise because many have acted without adequate deliberation. Nkata. Importance of involving women in community and state matters. The old system of ignoring women in serious domestic or state matters is gone. Pitfalls, listen, pitfalls men fall into quite often arise because of disregarding women's input prior to taking actions, both in domestic and community matters. Time has gone when women are excluded during serious deliberations. Our people should avoid exclusion of women in key issues of community and state. Quite often, women, by their nature, can detect minute but very vital points that men would readily gloss over, but at their peril. The saying behind every successful man. It's a common saying that behind every successful man, there is a woman. This speaks eloquently of the imperative of involving women opinion in important decisions prior to implementation. The role of womanhood is pivotal in most human affairs. This saying arises from experience of actual life events. Man has his own exclusive role to play in life. So also is the woman, particularly in matters pertaining to procreation and child upbringing. In fact, respect, it is In fact, respect it. It's not in doubt what role each has to play in the exclusive thought. But there are some functions in the family which come under current list. In that respect, it is always better for both to agree as to what each will do to get optimal result. Failure to deliberate by the parties brings disharmony in the family. This should be avoided. Hitherto, no one has answered the question as to who is behind every unsuccessful man. Maybe this will form part of your deliberation. Nkata Inyom need to review some taboos, do's and don'ts of yesteryears. Iwa Oji in Igbo land is the exclusive reserve of men. Till this day, I do not know why a woman should not break kola nut. If anybody knows why, I want to know. If anybody knows, please educate me. Again, ownership or getting share of proprietary right. In most parts of Igbo land, women had hitherto been excluded from shares of family properties of their deceased father. This happily appears to have been overturned in a recent Supreme Court decision involving some parties from Anambra State, where that time old dogmatic practice was thrown out by the Supreme Court. I think in Lagos. I congratulate the panel of judges that came to the classic judgment. This should be included in what you women will discuss, so that women in the Igbo land, where hitherto are stopped from participating, sharing in property rights of their deceased father. Let them know now that the Supreme Court had come out with a judgment, thrown it away. Women are as good as men. They should participate in their fathers. And conclusion. Life expectancy of wives and husbands. Generally, a man lives, a woman lives longer than the husband. I hope you, women, will include this in some of the deliberations you are going to carry out. Why is it that women outlive their husbands? It may help if you deliberate and find a way to make the life of a man to be equal to, usually be equal to that of woman. I thank you very much indeed for listening to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. We will have to do a lot of research to know why women live longer than their husbands. Yes. Thank you. Our next speaker, and I'm sure she's going to light up the room for us, is a veteran broadcaster before she became a politician. Anyway, we borrowed her, and she's still there and doing us very, very proudly. Claire is very, very anxious to introduce you. So I'll give the microphone to Claire. Claire?
Thank you, Ma. Actually, I recall in my early days in the broadcasting world, back then at DBN Television in Lagos, Ahulawa Road, one morning, Senator Mrs. Olujimi came to me and said, Claire, I'm resigning. I said, Mrs. O, where are you going? And she said, I'm joining politics. So I thought it was a lie. But today, distinguished Senator Mrs. Olujimi was former Deputy Governor of Ekiti State, former governorship candidate, Ekiti State, a distinguished, very vocal advocate of women and gender issues, especially child rights, and of course, advocate of action against violence against gender. All of the above. Please, let's put our hands together for distinguished Senator. We are happy women.
Which one are we going to dance to? Can we have Onyeka Oweno? Can we have one love? One love. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And I am so proud and happy to be here. Please kindly allow me rest on the existing protocols. I got this message only last night that Inyom and Nene was going to hold a session here. And I said to myself, that is an incurable optimist. And that woman is, for me, what an Igbo woman should be. And I believe that the first thing to do is to clap for yourselves as Igbo women. We worked together when we were not in the same party. And we worked across the parties. She was woman leader in the PDP, and I was national publicity secretary in the All People's Party. And yet, we were able to bring about reforms in our both parties. We were able to bring reforms in both parties. And those are the reforms that the women are benefiting from today. Today, we're together in the same party. And I can say to you, she is our leader of the future. As old as she is, she still believes in everyone and wants everyone to thrive. That is why I said today, I must be able to honor her. And to tell Igbo women that your place in history can never be erased. The reason is simple. You have enterprise in your DNA and you are hard workers. And so nobody should push you behind because you are front runners. Take this gauntlet and run with it because the future beckons to all of us. And the people to do the job are the women. Whether you are Yoruba, Igbo, from the south or the north, we women are the custodians of culture. We are the custodians of the value system. We are the custodians of everything that will make for development in Nigeria. And Inyom has started the feat. We should take the gauntlet and run with it. Inyom, I believe you will do better next year because you are going to include every other woman from all the zones so that we come and talk to ourselves and tell ourselves that women must be deliberate and as we go along, carry our children and our husbands in tow. I wish you well. I thank the Igbo women for giving us a strong nation, and I know that going forward, we will do better by working together. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Bless you. A round of applause and a big challenge will stand up from here today, more resonate to carry on the message. Our next speaker, whom I told you at the very beginning, that when the DNA of my career is written, the name of Peter Igbo will be written in platinum, not in gold. Please welcome with me my boss, whom I'm very, very proud of, Olurogun, Dr. Peter Igbo, President, Urobo Leadership.
So let me first start by paying special respect to my broadcast sisters. Yesterday we were at the book launch of one of our able broadcasters, Chris. And now today I see two of my younger ones, a veteran handing over to a younger one and doing very well. And that's our faith, always in the background, helping others to move forward while we sit in the background. But today I'm not in the background. I'm the president of the Urobo Leadership Forum, and I bring the goodwill of my group, the Urobo Leadership Forum, to your group. One of the things I'm pushing is inclusiveness, so that we all work together and learn to speak to each other. I just took the numbers of the Highness, so that when we move together, because the problems are myriad, and one group cannot do it alone. I was posted to Enugu 1997 as the GM, and somebody said, "What are you going to do in Igbo land? You will get lost there. I know you were born in the north. If it is Hausa, you can speak Hausa, but going to Igbo land," I didn't say anything, and I was there for 6 months. But what they didn't know is that I was born in Jos. What is the significance of Jos? I was born in Jos, the compound in which I grew up. We were the only non-Igbos in the family of 8 in that compound. So I didn't learn Igbo. I grew up speaking Igbo. We go to school, in the primary school, so I grew up in that culture. And then there's one song I learned at the age of 6. When they talked about the tortoise, the wisdom of the tortoise, which the women must emulate. I remember that song at the age of 6, and it goes something like this. Na hagu no ka kilibago obonye na ekenemo ka kilibago ebuna akọ na ekeneki ka kilibago ebunu nwa mbudebe wele ọjịo ka kilibago eho na mma bịakwo ka kilibago na asị na ibuchiri ọgwụ n'ama onye mbụ ga-abịa nụ ka ọ da akpụlụ nwa m onye gwalu gị ọkwa mbekwu gwalu m ka kilibago ọgwa mbekwu nwa na igwe akwalụ m ka abịakwo edugo n'ọsị gịnị ọtọ kili oge bụ ya amaromo biko na agụ ị ga-eme ya gịnị amaromo onye ajụjụ ijute isi nkịtị ihe eji agba ya mee gịnị amaromo na chimam ekwedu ka mbekwu nwa ọnwụ ike n'ọkwụkwọ adị echefu onye kwolu ya ọdụ n'udu mmiri bịa kwụọ n'uforo ka kwụsị achọ mbekwu na nkịtị o ya nọmaga na mbekwu kwuru eziokwu ka agwụ na-achọ ibu ya okokoko no mangapo egbe belu ugo belu na nke si ibe ebe na gịnị eme mba ari ekuzi nke afọ nya gosi ebe ọ ya ebe. All the best. Thank you very much.
Okay. How else do we need to integrate this beautiful country? I know that for him, if you wanted him to speak in Hausa, he would deliver. If you wanted him to speak in any other Nigerian language, he would deliver. And for me, why I'm attending here today, my father worked in the railways. I was born in Jos. And it used to be such exciting moments at Christmas or at long holidays when we will drive, the train will take us all the way to Port Harcourt, just for us to know this beautiful country. And so, thank you, Uncle P, like we call him. But we can only integrate this country, we can only make it what it is, what we've enjoyed as people, when together we are deliberate about what to do about this country. For me, there is no going back. My sister is married in the north, my niece is married in Enugu, and I don't have any other country. I've seen the world, but there's no country like Nigeria. And may God give us the Nigeria of our dreams. We are going on now. What has been established in this country is the strength of women leadership. There is no place where you'll find a former minister having an event and you won't have her sisters that have been in that office before her, joining her, ensuring that it is a success. The mothers of the ministry are here. And at this moment, let me call Hajia Inna Chiroma, CON, former Minister of Women Affairs, for her comment. This is your day, ma'am. Please, let's welcome her warmly to the microphone.
Rahim. Alhamdulillah. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for today. Honestly, when Her Excellency, my former leader and former minister, Mrs. Anyeni, told me about this meeting, I know, and I told myself that I can't expect anything less from her, because we have been together for years and years, and it seems as if we are twin sisters. We think along the same line, especially when it comes to the issue of Nigerian women. And this issue of value in the theme, for me, is very, very important. And I'm very happy that a lot of the speakers have spoken about that. Nigeria of today, honestly, we need valued leaders. Leaders that can value what Nigeria stands for. As of today, I'm sorry to say that our leaders are valueless. They don't care about Nigeria, because if they do care about Nigeria, the issue of inclusion, women inclusion in the system is very important. It's very, very important, because I kept on telling people that as Nigerian women, there's no country we can call our own but Nigeria. But are we valued? We have women that are very, very intelligent. They are very resourceful. They can deliver. But in Nigeria of today, do we value them? Do we include them in what we are doing in this country? When it comes to election in Nigeria of today, selection is the word. Leaders will just go and select people that they don't have value. And these are the leaders we have of today in Nigeria. Is that what Nigeria needs?
Let me tell you, my dear brothers and sisters, just 3 weeks ago, I was abroad, and I entered a taxi to go to the airport in London. And a British man, taxi driver, was telling me that, are you from Nigeria? I said, yes. He said, your country is gone. I said, what do you mean my country is gone? He said, we are going to the airport. Do we have Nigeria Airways? Do you have this? Do you have? So he was telling me a lot of things that is true. But I was angry with him. That why should a British man tell me what is happening in my country? Is that the Nigeria we want? Please, my dear leaders, especially Nigerian women, we need to come together. We should forget about politics. We should forget about religion. We should forget about where we are coming from. And we should come together as Nigerian women and unite and fight for our rights. Because honestly, if you have Nigerian women in positions of leadership in Nigeria of today, what is happening to our country today will not happen. Why? Because we are women. We are passionate. We believe in the progress of our country. We have...
Thank you very much, ma'am. In our own time, God will bring back the Nigeria that we know and the Nigeria that we aspire for. I'd like to call on my sister, Ambassador Husseina, who herself, at a point, was Minister of Women Affairs and went on to honor us at the ECOWAS and did very well. Please welcome Ambassador, Her Excellency, Salamatu, to the microphone. Please can we do this very, very loudly and warmly. They have been here all morning supporting Inyom and the cause of today.
Please, ladies, food will come to your table. The announcement is that everyone should just sit down. Food will come to your table. They're taking it. We're going table by table, please. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
My dearest sisters and elders and leaders, the two former ministers of Women Affairs, particularly the lady of the moment, Inyom Josephine Aneni, who happens to also be my senior from secondary school, and that is where a lot of her excellence is coming from, Queen's College, Lagos. You have done us proud. The day is far gone, and I don't want to waste too much time. I want to align myself with all that has been said. I think a lot has been said by everybody who spoke, and capped up by my sister, Hajia Inechiroma, in her last speech. Ladies, even the Khalifa, who is supposed to be an example of traditional conservative mentality, we all heard what he said, that women are at the center of it all. Unless you get it right with women, you cannot get it right. This theme was carried by all the speakers. Everybody mentioned the same thing. So as we live here, I just want to recap on some of the things that were said so that at our various levels of influence, because we are influential. We're influential in the home, we're influential as mothers, as wives, as sisters, as powers behind the throne, even if we are not given the rightful positions we need. But we are the ones that shape the world. One of the critical things I see, and it has been said by almost everybody, is that unless and until we educate our women, we are not going anywhere. So for me, education is so important and so key to everything we are doing today and talking. My brother Osita Chidoka mentioned Ubuntu. That is this spirit from South Africa that says together we can do it. Alone you cannot make a difference.
that Ubuntu, when you talk about it in the context of education, let's forget this one is my area, this is my region, this is my world. If it's not happening in another place, is that it will affect everybody. So wherever you are, please, let's take this concept of getting girls educated compulsorily up to secondary school. Let everybody sing it, carry it, influence it at whatever level they can. If we are able to get that done, get every single Nigerian girl child educated up to secondary school level, all the ills and evils we're talking about will disappear, because those are the pillars of the society. Even World Bank studies have shown, if you take an adolescent girl and an adolescent boy and give them the same empowerment, the impact on the society will come more from the girl. So why are we not singing that and enforcing it and trying to make it happen? So my message is, let's try and get our girl child especially, all our children educated, but the girl child most especially because of the position she holds in the society. That way we can avoid maternal mortality, we can avoid early marriage, because by the time she finishes secondary school, she's about 18. So please, let's talk to our senators, to our legislatures, that universal basic education law must be changed. And everybody must have education up to secondary school. No dropping out, and it must be enforced. Thank you very much.
I believe she deserves a better round of applause. All right, we're gradually getting to the end of this, and we'll be calling on Chief Dr. Ominimini. He is representing JP Clark, and he has a few words to representative of Chief Edwin Clark.
Thank you. The great Inyom, our mother, Your Excellencies, distinguished senators, traditional rulers, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I say good afternoon to you all. Yesterday, my father, our father, Chief Edwin Clark, who is today 97 years, called on me to represent him in this program. If you go to the program, page 28 and 29, the speech of the national leader, Chief Edwin Clark, is there, and is very, very clear. He's been very supportive of this program right from onset. And as you know, our father, Chief Edwin Clark, is gender sensitive. If you read his speech, you see very clearly how he has supported the girl child and how he has supported the Igbo race. In fact, he was commissioner in the then Midwest Bender. After the war, he played a very major role to ensure that the Igbos are brought back to a very solid fit, to the extent that he had to withdraw his child, the daughter Rebecca, from St. Teresa Grammar School, Owelle, to Queen's School at Enugu. And he did a lot of things to ensure that education continues without stop in the eastern region. However, I want to thank our mother for the platform you have created today. This platform is a great platform for national discourse. In Nigeria, we usually see women coming together to talk of the women's rights. But this program is capable of discussing Nigeria at a global level. Inclusivity, sustainability, development cannot come without equity, without justice, and without fairness. For national development, for sustainability to occur in any given nation, there must be equity. So today, the leaders of this country should ensure that there is equity in Nigeria. If there is no equity, there is no development. The standard we use in Nigeria today shows that equity is nowhere to be found. What our leader fought for in Nigeria, what they fought for at independence, is a country where every region will produce and pay tax to the center. That is no more with us today. The military came and destroyed that. Now, we have various standards in this country. Look at the revenue generation. Nigeria has gold in high quantum, but the gold we have in this country, the money is not on table to be shared to all the states of the Federation. So Nigeria survives only on gas and crude oil. So the question our children are asking us from the South Nigeria, from Niger Delta, why is it that it is the resources of Niger Delta that is good for everybody in Nigeria, and some people retain their resources to themselves? The gold reserve in Zamfara and in some parts of this country is larger than the gold reserve in South Africa. South Africa is driven economically by the gold money. The gold money in Nigeria is left at the hands of the individuals who come from that area. And that is why where there is injustice, there is crisis. The crisis you have today in northern Nigeria is linked to the extraction of the solid mineral. That is why you have crisis everywhere in some states. So Nigeria government should ensure that there is justice. We cannot drink our water from Niger Delta because the entire ecosystem is polluted. Nigeria should ensure that the resources of this country, be it on solid mineral, should be at the table. Having said this, I also want to bring to the table that look at the educational system in Nigeria today. If a child scores certain percentage of score in JAM or at secondary level, he may not be able to gain admission into the federal colleges. But somebody that scores lesser than that will be given admission into federal colleges. That itself is very, very bad. So, equity, fairness, and fair play is a means through which you can achieve sustainability in a nation. Sustainability is defined as achieving your own development today without compromising the ability of the future generation from achieving their own development. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chief Ominimini. And please convey our special greetings to Chief Edwin Clark. We hear he's 97 years old today. Please, let's put our hands together for Chief Edwin Clark, a very wonderful advocate for gender and women issues. Next, to quickly give us her goodwill message. I really do not have the right words to describe her. The former governor of Imo State, Owelle Okorocha, had already done that. But our good mother, Norma Nkechi Rochas Okorocha, is known for her philanthropy. She's a humanitarian. In fact, during her days as First Lady of Imo State, I know that her pet project was focused on empowerment, especially for women and children's rights. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the former First Lady of Imo State.
To God be the glory for a day like this. Standing on the already established protocols, of course, I must appreciate a woman that I admire and respect so much, my mother, Inyom Igbo. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am passionate about the woman because I believe that the woman is very key. And I've often said to most people around me that we need to identify a common song. And that common song is a song of peace. We have heard the lecture that was given by our own dear Chidoka, talking about being very intentional to identify the idea of this great country. But of course, without peace, we cannot do that. Because for the mind to think right, the mind must be in a state of peace. Walking into this auditorium, I must say that I am excited and I'm already dreaming because of what I've seen in this hall. Seeing our mothers from the different parts of this country for an Igbo program. It means that the women are saying something. I will go home this evening or this afternoon knowing that we still have great women that are thinking about this great country. It's not just those from the Southeast, but indeed the entire Nigeria. And I know, seeing all the former ministers that are here, seeing the great women that are here, the truth is that we can do it. And we can no longer wait to be invited. No, we cannot wait to be invited. And it doesn't matter who is in what position. Let the women come together and we'll move. Because the truth is that we don't have any other country except this great country called Nigeria. I love this country and I've always said that I know and I have faith and I believe that the world is waiting for this great country called Nigeria. And for us to get it right, the women must arise. Thank you so much, our dear mother, for what you have started. But we are waiting for you so that we can have this kind of program where all women from different parts of this country will come together so that we'll do the needful. Thank you so much and may God bless you.
Thank you so very much. Yes, like she did with Women for Change, this also will become national. I'd like to call on the acting president of the National Council of Women Societies, where every women organization is domiciled, to please help us wrap up this goodwill message. Loyal woman, faithful woman. God bless you.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. We still have so many people in the hall, and I want to stand on the already established protocol that was done in the morning. First of all, I want to thank our mother who has put this together. I've always known her to be a very brave woman, even before she became the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She's a staunch NCWS member, and she's a live member. So what she's doing is in line with the vision of the Council of promoting leadership and promoting women and empowering women too. So I want to thank you, Ma, and all your executive for putting this up for not just Igbo women, but for Nigerian women. Just as what have just been said by the wife of our former governor. And I know a lot have been said already. So many people have said everything that we needed to hear. And what we need to do as women, because what I'm taking back home from here is that all the women, all of us must come together, no matter where you're from, no matter your party, no matter what, all of us must come together, because if we don't come together, nothing will change. And if we can do it together, a lot of things will fall in line. And if women are in positions of authority, we'll make laws that will suit us. And a lot of things will fall in places for all of us to enjoy. Just like what Mrs. Okorocha has said, we have no other country apart from Nigeria. We are from here, and this is where we'll stay and spend our lives till the day God calls us home. So all we need to do is to come together. That's why I've always been appreciating the sisterhood platform. I love that platform so much. It helps bring all the women of Nigeria together, and that is exactly what our mother is doing today. So please, let's come together. We have a lot and lot and lot to pick from what people have said, and we need to even go back to the drawing board and sit down and make sure that all these things come to be. We shouldn't just do the talk, and without doing the talk, we shouldn't leave what we have heard today, what we have been told, a lot of people have spoken, and just leave it at that door and walk out. Please, let's put it into action. Let's implement. Let's do it together, and we will all succeed. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, our National President, NCWS. We thank you very much. We have just one or two more goodwill messages to go. And
the day is far gone. Let me stand on the existing protocol, please. Usually I like to just talk without reading. But if I start talking without reading, I will talk too long. So please permit me to just read what I have written. Yes, few words. Well, I wanted to talk on, focus on 5 of our values, because it was very difficult for me trying to get the values, because Nigeria, we are very different. We are different nationalities bonded together with their different values. But the only value that kind of keeps us together is the national anthem, the creed, which all of us should believe in. If we practice it, everything will be good. So, over the years, I have come to believe that the major problem with Nigeria is that we do not love our neighbors. We do not love one another. If you love your neighbor, you will not steal from your neighbor. You will not do harm to your neighbor. Which brings me to, I want to start from with the most troubling of things that are happening in Nigeria. One is the sanctity of life. Ndị Igbo and other tribes of Nigeria believe that people are precious, and taking the life of anyone is considered an abomination. which attracts stiffest penalty, such as ostracization from the community. Headhunting for burials used to happen maybe 50 years ago, but all those things died. But now we are in the 21st century, and all we are reading every day in the dailies are killings. People are being killed every day. And these people being killed are faceless, nameless. Nobody mentions them. You know, since when did Nigerian life become so cheap? Since when are we allowing murderers to go around? They are murderers, they are not killers. If you kill somebody, there is stiff law for you. But right now we have murderers running all over the place. They're killing people, nobody is being caught. Some people kill and they're taking videos of themselves while they're doing the heinous crime. And at the end of the day, nobody is arrested. If we love one another, we will not be killing ourselves. And if you are a leader, you must make sure that any murderer is pursued until that person is caught and put behind the bars, so that the people can feel free. Why is it that today you cannot go from Port Harcourt to Aba? You cannot travel from Owerri to Onitsha. You are afraid that somebody is going to kill you. Eh? And all these murderers are just roaming around and becoming more and more brazen every day because nobody is being caught. And as long as we allow this nonsense to go on, where people are being killed and all, you will not get investors. People are afraid to come. People from diaspora cannot come back because some who came were even killed. So until we sanitize this our country, remove the killers. They are not killers, they are murderers. Nigerians should be able to sleep with their eyes closed, not wondering who is going to come and murder them at night. So that is part of what we advocate. If we have the sanctity of life, there will be progress in the country. I would have talked a lot about mismanagement of funds and lack of accountability, but it has been spoken about. I had a lot to speak about it, you know. Because for Igbo, we have this proverb that, if you continue condoning bad things, very soon it becomes the custom. And that is what is happening in Nigeria. That people are appointed to positions, they came with nothing. Before you know it, they're building estates. They have this and that. Nobody talks because it has become a culture. So we should do away with these things. Now let me talk about the role of women in hometown politics. In Igbo towns, as we know, the men have their meetings separately. The married women have their meetings separately. However, important decisions affecting the administration of the towns are addressed in the men's meetings, and decisions are taken by them. This then resulted in the women not being part of major decisions taken in towns. Women are as highly cerebral. We all went to schools. Women did just as well as the men, or even better. But when it comes to politics, women are sidelined. We don't know anything. We cannot contribute. And this is very bad. So you find that in some Igbo towns, women don't have voting rights. I come from Oba, which is a very vibrant town between Onitsha and Nnewi. We have produced the Attorney General, female Attorney General of Anambra State. But can you believe that in my town, women are not allowed to vote? Federal government allows women to vote for national elections, but in Oba, a woman, no matter how highly educated you are, you cannot vote. So the women of Oba, you know, we have a lot of enlightened women. We are now reviewing that constitution and we are putting it in the front burner that the women must have voting rights in the villages. We should be able to choose who is leading us, who is the ruler, the Igwe, and all whatnot. Then another issue I want to talk about. In fact, if you don't use the women, you are losing a lot because women have a lot to contribute. I want to talk about poor hygiene, litterburg. This is something that is worrying me, that if you drive from here to the east, everywhere, the roads are littered with plastics, everywhere is dirty. And I said, these are people who don't love themselves. If you love yourself, you will not litter everywhere. You will not treat everywhere like garbage. But you have dirt all over the place. I said, since when did we become this dirty? When we were growing up, we used to have sanitary inspectors that went around sanctioning homes that were dirty. But now, you have dirt everywhere. How can you have tourism if the whole country is dirty? Are we not ashamed? I feel shame. So let us begin to clean up our surroundings so that we can attract investors in our country. We can attract tourism. A lot of countries live only on tourism, and we can do the same. We have fantastic climate. I want to talk about, the last one I want to talk is about respect. Well, the various tribes, every tribe in Nigeria, they respect their adults in their various ways. The way the Yorubas respect their adults is different from the way Igbo people respect their adults, but we all do respect our adults. But with the coming of social media now, you have young people insulting adults everywhere, you know, and there must be a check to this. Young people cannot continue insulting their elders. Is it because they are now have free license to write in the social media? So I believe that if we want to address this negative issue, we have the elders, the parents, traditional leaders, schools, churches, mosques have a duty to teach or reform the youth in order to have a disciplined society. If there is no discipline in a country, that country is going nowhere. So we need discipline in Nigeria. In conclusion, God has blessed Nigeria and made her one of the most blessed countries in the world in terms of fertile and arable land, mineral deposits, good climate, and human resources. So we have no reason to be where we are today. In fact, we should be one of the richest countries in the world. To make Nigeria great again, let us love and respect one another, allow equal opportunity for both men and women, leverage on the potentials of all, especially the women, and have meritocracy to be the norm. Mismanagement of funds and lack of accountability will be history. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping it short and simple. We're almost done with the conversations here, but would also love the privilege.
Nwambe isini batonye Nwambe isini batonye Nasimanya chebeni dubeni Odikansi na batamenyi Nasimanya chebeni dubeni Odikansi na batamenyi o Okwenyi ga-abụ isi ọchị o Okwenyi ga-abụ isi ọchị o Enyi na-aga na isoghị n'azụ 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 Ndị nnekere m unu Ndị nnekere m unu Oyibo a na-asụ ebe eri oge erikaze Ọnya ka nsị ka nkene ndị Igbo mụlụmụ Ọfụma ụnafọ eyi m akwa ka mmọnwụ Igbo eyi m ugo na-abọ n'isi eyi m awụ mme n'isi gosi na ndị ichie Igbo Malonya kunirunu. Gosi na ndị ichie Igbo kwadolo nwafa mbụ Iyom Odoziakụ Aneni. Ndị Igbo si mụ bịaba. Elutelu m na Abuja ebe a ọkụlọkụ ịtọ na ụma n'ọnụ ụtụtụ a maka na anyị nwere ife a na-akpọ sit at home na Igbo. Una n'ife na-ekwu. Anyị nwere ife a na-akpọ sit at home na Igbo. Ịdịrọ free mbọsị Monday. Ngị bụ onye Igbo. Ịpụta n'ebe ọbụla akpọla n'Igbo. Galia. Fagoli etu esi agụli anụ. Egwu na-atụ ụmụ anyị ndị nwoke. Egwu na-atụ ụmụ anyị ndị ndu ndị Igbo. Egwu na-atụ ndị okenye. Ụmụ nwoke Igbo. Egwu na-atụfa ikwu okwu kịta na Igbo. Mana ọ bụrụ na ndị nne nọ n'ebe a ga-ege m ntị. Ndị nne nọ n'ebe a na-ekwu okwu geenụ m ntị. Ife a gbasara ụmụ unu. Ụmụ unu. Nsụbịa n'oyibo mmụọ ama na-anụ ife na-ekwu. Biko unu ewe n'iwe ka ọ ghara ịbụ na-abịa m na-asụ sọsọ asụsụ obodo m. Amalụ m asụ nke a na-asụ eri ụtụtụ. Mana eri nji wee bụrụ nne mmanwụ Igbo niile. Nne Igbo niile. Mmụọ machibidolo m ịsụ asụsụ na-abụrụ asụsụ Igbo. Igbo amaka. Igbo dị ike. Igbo dị uchu. Igbo bụ Igbo. Nsụba oyibo m ga-achọ onye ga na-atapụ ife m na-ekwu. Ọ bụrụ na ọ nwere nwaanyị ga na-atapụ ife m na-ekwu ya bịa nọnyelụ m. Kama na ife m na-agwa unu bụ na agwọ nọ n'akịrịka. Ọkwa unu ma ife na-ekwu na agwọ nọ n'akịrịka. Egwu dị. Egwu dị. Ọ bụrụ na ekwuru okwu gbasara ife na-eme n'ala Igbo, udo ama ndị. Udo ama ndị. Ife bụ na enwelu nsogbu n'ala Igbo bụ ife a na-eme ndị Igbo n'obodo a bụ obodo a na-akpọ Nigeria. Ọkwa Igbo kwudolu Nigeria wee kwụrụ. Ọkwa Igbo bụ na Nigeria na-eli nri pụta echi. Ọkwa Igbo nọ n'isi mma. Ọkwa Igbo bụ Igbo. Ife niile na-eme na Nigeria bụ Igbo. Aka Igbo dị na etu Nigeria si wee kwụrụ. Onye mbụ n'ụlọ ọgụ Nigeria wee nwere onwe ha bụ nwa afọ Igbo. O wee nyela aka wee bunie Nigeria enu. Ọ bụrụ na ndị na-achị Nigeria ekwe si na fa amarọ ife na-eme na Nigeria na fa amarọ ozi otu Nigeria si wee dị. Fa bụ ndị asị. Ọ ndị na-achị Nigeria na-abụrọ ndị Igbo na ụmụazị Igbo ụfọdụ tinyere aka wee na-egbu Nigeria. Na-egbu ndị mmadụ n'ala Igbo bụ ndị politicians ndị Igbo. Ndị politicians ndị Igbo jikọrọ aka fa na ndị na-abụrọ ndị Igbo wee na-eme mpụ n'ala Igbo. Anyị emego nnyocha. Anyị emego ife a na-akpọ gịnị nnyocha. Ọ nwere nke wala ọfụ. Nke ọ ga-abụ ọ bụrụ na etinyere ọnụ agha ada. Mana Chukwu okike abịa ma mma nkwe ka agha daa. Na a ga-etinye ọnụ. Ọzọ dịka nwanne ya bụ Nnamdi Kanu. Nwaanyị a na-akpọ Nnamdi Kano nọ na ugom wee na-eleka. Ọ nọ n'ugom na-eleka, mmụọ Chukwu Igbo jụrụ ajụ wee sị n'olugo oge a ga-atọ Igbo nyaba agbụ ka iru Igbo wee pụta ọfụ. Ife a na-azọ mbụ, kedu onye ga-ewere ife dị n'ala Igbo wee pụọ mba? Ife dị n'ala Igbo adịrọzi ndị Igbo mma n'ọnụ. Abịa nwụrọ mgbo oge ekwuru na ndị isi ndị Igbo n'ebe a, maka na oge njibata na Abuja ọkụlọkụ ịtọ akụsigo. Ọka abụla ọ bụ na mbịalugbo wee na-ene ndị a niile anya n'iru maka na fa malụm mmalụfa. Anyị niile nwasị onwe anyị, mana ifele ama nkwefakwula ebe nnọkwu okwu maka na ama mfe ọtọ. Ife na-eme Igbo si n'aka ndị Igbo. Ife niile na-aga n'ala Igbo bụ n'aka ndị Igbo ka o si. Ọ ndị politicians bụ na na-adịrọ mma n'ala Igbo. Ọ ndị politicians na-ego ndị na-egbu ndị Igbo. Ana m agwa ndị politicians ndị Igbo fewepụ aka enwe n'ofe maka ọmụwụ aka mmadụ. Na mmụọ Chukwu Igbo etinye gị ọnụ, n'iru Igbo ga-adị ọfụ. Ụzọ ife one na one nji wee bịa, ndị mmadụ ekwusigo okwu na ya. Mana Igbo na-abụ na-achọ ka ntinye ọnụ na ya. Ofu bụ ezinụlọ. Ọ unu nwa bụ ndị nne mụrụ ụmụ na-eme ife a. Onye ọbụla ma nwe ya. Ọ nwere nwaanyị ọbụla nwaanyị Igbo gasị na ife nwe ya na-eme na ọ marọ. Anyị na-akpọ oku nwaanyị ọbụla bụ onye Igbo jide nwe ya. Nwaanyị ọbụla bụ onye Igbo jide gịnị? Nwe ya. Maka na mmụọ Chukwu Igbo eritego. Ọ nwere ife ndị na-asụ oyibo na-akpọ penalties. Oge gboo, ọ nwere ka esi edu ndị na-eme etu omume a. Oge gboo, ọ nwere ife a na-akpọ nsọ ana. Oge gboo, ọ nwere ife a na-akpọ alụ. Alụ gba arọ kịta ọ bụrụ gịnị? Ọ bụrụ omenala. Nya ọ ka mma na anyị bịalụ kụzie elu ndị nne ife ụfọdụ ma n'oge adịrọ. Nke ịbụa, ọgụ a bụ ọgụ ndị nne ga-anọ kịta. O nwere oge ọgụ dị etu nwa bịalụ, oge ndị ọcha bịalụ n'ala Igbo oge gboo. Nwaanyị nnọchiri ọnọdụ ya 166 or 65 years ago ka nwaanyị anwa abịa chie ya nne mmanwụ Igbo niile. Nwaanyị a wee nwanite wee fee aka sị, kedu ndị ga-eso m jee ọgụ a? Kedu ụmụ nwaanyị ga-eso m jee ọgụ a? Ụmụ nwaanyị wee wepụta onwe fa. Wee nụọ ọgụ a, nụọ anya nụọ ife. Oge elugo, mmụọ Chukwu Igbo na-ajụ sị, ụmụ nwaanyị Igbo, kedu ndị ga-ewepụta onwe fa solu nne mmanwụ nne Igbo niile jee ọgụ a? Na anyị zulie. Nwa Adakale nna na nne. Ndị ọchịchị nọ n'obodo a mana anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị Igbo kunie na nsogbu adịgo na obodo a na-akpọ Nigeria. Kedu ndị ga-eso tinye aka n'ife na-emenụ ka anyị kwuo nya kwụsie anyị ike ka ọ bee? Onye malụ na oge eso afịa ga-aba n'akwụkwọ, maka na oge anyị ga-alụ ọlụ alụsị ọlụ a, Igbo na ụmụ ya ga-ana anyị aka. Anyị ga-alụ ọlụ otu ọ dị mma. Anọbụ m Abuja mbụ, onwere ya na amadụ m, abụ m national chairman ofu political party, National Mass Action Joint Alliance. Mmụọ sị mụ see aka, INEC tinye aka sị na m adị na ndị emelu proscribe nsị a na otego ekwulu m ose aka m wee saa aka na nke unu na-ekwu bụ onwe unu ka unu na-agwa na m anakwa be nna m ka m jee lụọ ọlụ Igbo ọlụ Igbo ka m na-alụ aga m Igbo niile mụ na ndị otu m ofu n'ime ndị mmadụ oru na ofu ewepụtalụ n'okwu Igbo a bụ eze mmụọ so m aga Igbo niile anyị abịaga Abuja anyị ejego Lagos anyị akụrụbego mụnye ọkụ Igbo okilikili Igbo niile so ofu mkpụrụ steeti na-ekwere anyị amụnye ọkụ bụ Imo steeti mmụọ sị anyị chere na ọbalerika n'Imo steeti mana na anyị ga-amụnye ana m ayọ si na Chia Anambra m ga-ayọ ịyọm onwe ndị kwete na fa ga-eso maka ị ga-ebulugodo ụzọ bụrụ nne zuru ezu iwe nwe ike wee jee ọgụ Igbo o nwere arọ na ị ga-adị ewe gụnye na ndị ga-ejie o nwere ụdị mmụọ ị ga-enwe o nwere ụdị ike ị ga-esi iwe nwe ike agụnye na ndị ga-emie nya ka ọ dị m etu na ọ dị m mbọsị nta anyị chụọ na Owelle nchi ndị na-ekene m unu.
In her usual style, she empowers, she brings culture and tradition to life, she demonstrates humanity, and for her, a powerhouse are women. Your Excellencies, all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, those of us remaining in this hall, if you truly believe in what we have been doing, that IYOM has put together, please, can I have you upstanding and with a very resounding, loud round of applause to welcome her to speak to us. IYOM, Josephine, Anene, MNI, the icon of our time. Bless you.
To God alone be all the glory. I thank God for today. I thank God for everybody that is here today. And I thank God for what has happened in this country today. Our mother of the day, Dame Timi Agary, PhD, Mama Amnesty, Mama Labor, Mama Peace. I thank you very, very much for your support, for your coming here very early and sitting throughout. My God and our God will bless you, strengthen you, prolong your life so that you can be of continuous service to us and to humanity. My own sister, very dear sister. Some people may think our relationship is political. It is more than that. We just happen to be in the same political party. But we don't even discuss politics. We discuss about ourselves. We discuss women. We discuss Nigeria. And we love ourselves. When we are together, we don't know whether she's Hausa and Muslim, and I'm Igbo and Christian. All we know is that we are friends and we are blood sisters. When I come to Abuja, I don't have anywhere to sleep. I go to her house. If her guest house is occupied, she will leave her room. Yes. That's to tell you how close we are. So I thank you. She came here even before the time that was stipulated to see what she can do to help. And she has stayed all through. My other sister that I call my president, the president of, former president of National Council of Women's Society, Ajia Zainab, Maina, they came together, but she had to go for a medical appointment. So I want to thank her. I want to thank Nemo. She arrived with her troop by 4 a.m. yesterday, traveling by road. It is only passion and love for the nation that can make her take that risk and take that journey to come and be with us. That was why you saw her coming a bit late. I want to thank my own, I have two blood sisters. One from Edo State. I never knew that she was from Edo State. I thought she was an Igbo girl. We grew up together. We went into Queen's College on the same day. And we left Queen's College the same day. And all those 5 years, we were in the same dormitory, doing everything. I didn't know that Gladys Uwanikehi, who is now Dr. Gladys Makoju, is not an Igbo girl. We spoke Igbo together, Abi, from day one until we left. I'm sure she didn't know what part of Igbo I came from. And when we go to Enugu, I go to their house. The whole family, because they lived in Enugu. So her mother, her sister, Queensley, everybody spoke Igbo. So we were all just one family of Igbo people. It was after the war, when they had destroyed and partitioned our country, that we started knowing the difference, that we are different. Before then, we didn't know we were different. I have another blood sister. We went to the same school together. She's Chief Mercy Agbamuche. She has been with me throughout even preparation of this journey, this conference. While we were here all night yesterday, she sat through. Mercy, I thank you very much. I want to thank a very special woman who has been of great support to this mission. A very humble, self-effacing, generous, kind woman. She is now the chairman of Nkata Inyom Igbo in the diaspora. She's the board of trustee chairman of Nkata Inyom Igbo from diaspora. She just went back to America like 2 weeks ago. But because of this, she came back to be part of this meeting. And she's here. You are shining there. Very humble and self-effacing. Her Excellency, Stella Odife, Esquire, former Deputy Governor of Anambra State. I want to thank you for your support, moral, spiritual, and financial support. My God will enlarge your coast. I want to thank one
exceptional woman. I can't find her. But you've been seeing her going up and down. When you see her, you think she's an Oyibo woman. But she is Nwoko Imo State. Ambassador Nonye Rajis Okpara, former ambassador to Singapore. Without her, leg work, hand work, brain work, everything, I don't think we would have been here today. And a round of applause for her. And she had another sister that both of them vowed, even when everybody thought that this thing cannot happen. How can you have a national, Igbo women have a national conference? How can? How? Two of them took an oath. They vowed that it must happen. And her sister in this job, in this journey, the two conspirators, even when I want to flag and say, don't you think we should cancel? They say, never. Ned Ogazechi, editorial board of the nation, I want to thank you very much. So these two, you must take your flowers. These two are they did all this. They did all this single-handedly. I want to thank you. I want to thank you. And God will thank you for me. And Nigerian women will thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Now, when they were, you know, every occasion must have an MC. And they were saying, who will be MC? I said, leave the matter of MC. I have a natural, superlative woman who understands where I am coming from, who understands my vision. So we are not just looking for an MC. I'm looking for somebody who can stand on this podium and, you know, transmit what is in my mind. And there is no other person in this world than Chief Moji Makanjuola, MFR, veteran broadcaster, matriarch of broadcasting. It's not the MCO. She not come here do MCO. She came here to be able to speak because I not speak English. And I told her, now you go speak the English for me. Then you can find MC. Now you go collect in Peking, Claire, Adelabu to do the MC. And Richard to do the MC. Now, come now. So they are the ones that did MC. Mama, she's from Umbise, marry Yoruba man. In Papa na Christian, no, in husband na Muslim. That's why she's wearing Mayafi. You see, this is Nigeria. Typical Nigeria. This is how we are supposed to be. Do you understand? No division about religion or ethnicity. This is a typical Nigeria. I want to thank all of you. You have done so well. Thank you very much. And you saw all the our speakers that came. I want to salute all of them in absentia. By their coming, they made a very big national statement that they know the truth and they will stand by the truth. And what is the truth? The truth is that this country has been limping on one leg. And it is time to put down the other leg so that they can walk and possibly run to the destination God has destined for this country. And the men that came here today are no mean personalities. And I'm happy everybody heard what they said. I want to thank all of them, starting from the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, right through to the Ezeibo, to Chief Simon Okeke, to Senator Abaribe, Enyinaya Abaribe, Umahi Igbo, to Labaran, His Excellency, Labaran Maku, to Chidoka, Osita, to His Excellency, Rochas Okorocha, to Senator Ndi Obi, Ojeli Igbo Nine, to Senator Dino Malaye, to you saw the men, to Senator, former President, Anyim Pius Anyim, to our father, 97-year-old Chief Senator, Dr. Edwin Clark, CFR, all of them supporting Nigerian women, not just Nkata Inyom Igbo, not just Nkata Inyom Igbo, but they saw this as a Nigerian women's program. It belongs to every Nigerian woman. For the Khalifa himself, Mohamedu Sanusi, Sarkin Kano, to come here and sit for hours and speak to us, shows that Nigerian men respect Nigerian women. So it didn't come just because Nkata Inyom Igbo women called. He saw that Igbo women are calling their sisters from across Nigeria, that this is a pan-Nigerian project, and that we are not doing political demarcation that they used to divide us. That the women have risen, Nigerian women have risen and taken the bull by the horn to say we must unite. We must do what? Unite. We must bring peace back to this country. We must bring safety, security back to this country. So this is the beginning. And it is a clarion call to every woman who is a woman. If you are a daughter, a sister, a wife, what in any category, as long as you're a woman, from every nook and cranny of Nigeria, we have work to do. Because God will ask us when we get there, what did we do? He created us and said, go and be a helpmeet for the man. Are we helping the men? That's what he will ask you. So the men have done their own. We will do our own. We help them to build a united, prosperous, peaceful country called Nigeria. At Nkata Inyom Igbo, from inception, even though it's a women's organization, we have a board of trustees that is made up of only men. Our chairman board of advisors that is made up of only men. Our chairman board of advisors is Professor Bat Nnaji. We have Igwe, His Royal Highness, Igwe Ambassador Lawrence Agubuzu as a member. We have young men like Dike Chukwumerije as members. We have people like Patrick Okibo III as member of our board of trustees. We have General Abel Umahi as a member of our board of advisors. So from inception, Nkata Inyom Igbo knows that we cannot run it alone. The men have been doing it alone. We are starting our own. We are going to run on 2 legs. So we have a board of trustees and a board of advisors. Our chairman board of trustees is Her Excellency, Madam Regina Amadin Joko. And we have eminent other women like Justice Ukeje, Rose Ukeje, Professor Joy Ezilo, SAN. Those are our members of our board of trustees and many more. And we have our own Dr. Grace Okudo, retired Assistant Inspector General of Police, as a member of our board of trustees. And she has been here since morning. So what are we saying? We have big work to do, Nigerian women. So we must hold hands across the Niger. And hold my sister in the northeast. You hold the one in the northwest. She holds the one in the southwest. I saw southwest. So Lujimi, we hold hands together. We must salvage Nigeria. We must. It's a mission that we must accomplish. God will be with us. I want to thank every woman that is here. Members of our Highness Igbo Women's Swing, I salute you. 100 Women's Club, I salute you. NCWS, una there. So many of you, where will I start? If I continue thanking, we will be here till daybreak. Nkobi fimelum chigeji chigabo. Tigeji chigabo. Tigeji chigabo. Nkobi ho meremo chigeji chigabo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will not end this without thanking the press. The press has been wonderful. Pre-event, during event, and we are like, that's what, is this, which one you give, we ask for more, silence, Oliver Twist. Like Oliver Twist, we are asking post-event. Media, press, they could not forget also, carry this matter to the farthest end of the world. Abi? And then, to Njenje. Thank you very much. All the crew members. DJ, thank you. Thank you. I want to leave, the last word will be, by the time, don't go, because there is one message that I want you people to hear and carry. That is the message I want you to listen to the song and the message of the women's anthem. But before then, come and greet them. Do your vote of thanks. Do Nkata vote of thanks. This one is my personal vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am so overwhelmed by your presence. We came to Abuja not knowing what to expect. Last year we went home to Enugu and we were very happy at the reception. I don't want to say that Abuja surpassed our expectations, especially our Abuja branch of Nkata Inyom Igbo. we thank you immensely for the cooperation, the community you've created here. And like I said yesterday, every woman everywhere has the same challenges. And we are not just a women group. We are women, we are human beings, but we are not advocating for our issues alone. That is why our motto is partnering for development. When we partner for development, the man is happy, the man lives long. When we partner for development, our kids grow up in a good environment. They don't want to stay outside. They don't want to jackpot in the normal social mantra of going abroad. So we thank you and we urge you. It is a conversation. Nkata means in conversation. And we want the conversation to continue at different levels. We have conversation at family levels, at community levels, at state levels, at regional levels, at national levels, at global levels. If you know what the UN does, it is a global room for conversation. That is why all countries are members, and we present all our issues at the United Nations. So we are saying Nkata must continue. It's a dialogue, and we know what women, the power of women. And I'm happy that the politicians were here, the teachers were here, the advocates were here, regular market women were here, teachers were here, and we all eat from the same pot of community. So we thank you all for your presence, and we say please continue the Nkata at your various levels, wherever you are. And all protocols, I mean, none of the politicians are here, but of course they've heard us. And we heard them too. And we believe that having been here, things will not be the same. Because we'll continue talking. Nobody will talk on our behalf. Women must continue talking at every level, whether it is community level, whether it is at your workplace. If we don't talk, nothing will happen. The Kenyan women talked. In 2010, the National Assembly had to review their constitution and made it mandatory for no gender. They made it illegal for any gender to occupy more than two-thirds of any post. And today they have 7 female governors in Kenya. Nigeria doesn't have any female governor. We don't even have nominations for maybe president by the political parties. So we are urging all women here to stop working for the men, to stop being women leaders. I think it should be abrogated because we don't have men leaders. So we are saying, for those who are politically exposed, please stop working for the men. Work for the good of the country. And it doesn't mean that every woman is competent or every man is competent. But let's make it a point of duty to work for all of us. Nigeria is not populated by only men, so no bird flies with one wing. So thank you all, and as you go, may God lead you home. And please, you can always call on us. You can always start a conversation anywhere. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so very much. Please, can we all rise? We are all going to sing the Women's National Anthem together. Please, can we be upstanding? We'll do the first stanza, and then we would round up today. Thank God. Thank you very much for being part of development. Thank you very much for being part of movement. I hope that this is not a one-off. On behalf of NTA, we said that we will take it up, yes. And Claire is going to ensure that, yes, that we will feature on Good Morning Nigeria very soon. And so that's where we are. I don't sing very well, but we'll try. After the count of 3. It's on record? Okay. Thank you. Can we have the women's anthem? Thank you.
Yes.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing as one for justice and development and hold the rights of all the people high. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women now are working to build a better world where the love of peace can rest on every shore. Where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raised